Hello, mic test. Hello, mic test.
Sound check. Sound check.
Yeah, did you know that I just moved to LA? I'm hoping you'll come out the dark with something to say. Yeah, I've been lost and roaming for the longest time, but I don't know why I can get this struck up my mind. 내가 지금 멈출 순 없지만 네가 나와 모든 걸 보고 싶다고 말해준다면 에이, 난 편해질 거야. Cause I wanna be better than I was yesterday. So come on out from your hiding place, cause we can go what you do to me. That's what you do to me. You make me feel alive without air in my lungs. 사랑 아니지만 마치 사랑 같아. Take your time, just let me know you're okay. You take my time, don't care how many days. Cause I don't wanna be a pop star, I just wanna mean something to you. 다른 말은 없어. 누군가 널 위해서. Don't wanna be a pop star if I can't mean something to you. No other way to say I wanna be somebody for you. Ooh, ooh. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no.
It's true that people have been sad. People have been sad. She spoke words that would melt in your hands, and she spoke words of wisdom to the basement people, to the basement. Many surprises await you in the basement, people in the basement. You heard that last time, you know we're gonna find you sick in the car seat, cause you're not up to going out on the main streets, completing your mission. You hear that last time, you know we're gonna find you sick in the car seat, cause you're not up to going out on the main streets, completing
Una video.
your mission.
just what I want to do. I am leaving, and this is starting to feel like it's right before my eyes, and I can taste it. It's my sweet beginning. I can tell just what you want. You don't want to be alone. You don't want to be alone. I can't say it's what you know, but you known it the whole time. Yeah, you known it the whole time. Maybe next year I'll have no time to think about the questions to address. Am I the one to try to stop the fire? I wouldn't test you, I'm not the best you could have attained. But why try anything? I will get there. Just remember
Test.
I can tell just what you want. You don't want to be alone. You don't want to be alone. And I can't say it's what you know, but you known it the whole time. Yeah, you known it the whole time. I can tell just what you want. You don't want to be alone. You don't want to be alone. And I can't say it's what you know, but you known it the whole time. Yeah, you known it the whole time. I'm your only friend, I'm not your only friend, but I'm a little glowing friend, but really I'm not actually your friend, but I am. Blue canary in the outlet by the light switch, who watches over you? Make a little birdhouse in your soul, not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. Make a little birdhouse in your soul. I have a secret to tell from my electrical well. It's a simple message and I'm leaving out the whistles and bells. So the room must listen to me, filibuster vigilantly.
Sound
My
check.
name
One.
is Blue Canary, one note spelled L-I-T-E. My story's infinite, like the Longines Symphony. It doesn't rest. Blue Canary in the outlet by the light switch, who watches over you? Make a little birdhouse in your soul, not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. Make a little birdhouse in your soul. I'm your only friend, I'm not your only friend, but I'm a little glowing friend, but really I'm not actually your friend, but I am. There's a picture opposite me of my primitive ancestry, which stood on rocky shores and kept the beaches shipwreck free. Though I respect that a lot, I'd be fired if that were my job. After killing Jason off and countless screaming Argonauts, blue bird of friendliness, like guardian angels, it's always near. Blue canary in the outlet by the light switch, who watches over you? Make a little birdhouse in your soul, not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. Make a little birdhouse in your soul.
Not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. Make a little birdhouse in your soul. While you're at it, keep the white light on inside the birdhouse in your soul. Not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. Make a little birdhouse in your soul. While you're at it, keep the night light on inside the birdhouse in your soul. Not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. Make a little birdhouse in your soul.
Je commence le livre par la fin et j'ai le menton haut pour un rien. Mon œil qui pleure, c'est à cause du vent. Mes absences, c'est du sentiment. Je ne tiens pas debout, le ciel coule sur mes mains. Je ne tiens pas debout, le ciel coule sur. Ça ne tient pas debout, le ciel coule sur mes mains. Ça ne tient pas debout, sous mes pieds le ciel revient. Il sourit rouge et me parle gris. Je fais semblant d'avoir tout compris. Et il y a un type qui pleure dehors. Sur mon visage de la poudre d'or. Je ne tiens pas debout, le ciel coule sur mes mains. Je ne tiens pas debout, le ciel coule sur. Ça ne tient pas debout, le ciel coule sur mes mains. Ça ne tient pas debout, sous mes pieds le ciel revient. Nous et la manne, on est de sortie. Pire qu'une simple moitié, on compte à demi-demi. Pile sur un des bas-côtés comme des origamis. Le bras tendu pareil, cassé tout nez, képi et éclis. Ces enfants bizarres, crachés dehors comme par hasard, cachant l'effort dans le griffoir. Et une creepy song en étendard qui fait je fais tout mon make-up au mercure au chrome contre les pop-up qui m'assurent le trône. Je fais tout mon make-up au mercure au chrome contre les pop-up qui m'assurent le trône. Je ne tiens pas debout, le ciel coule sur mes mains. Je ne tiens pas debout, le ciel coule sur. Ça ne tient pas debout, le ciel coule sur mes mains. Je ne tiens pas debout, le ciel coule sur mes mains. Je ne tiens pas debout. like to run. I know that we're having fun, but what's the rush? Kissing you, my cheeks are so flushed. Tell you how I felt, sugarcoat It's murder on the dance floor. But you better not kill the groove, DJ. Gonna burn this goddamn house right down. Oh, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know about your kind. And so 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 I'll have to play. If you think you're getting away, I will prove you wrong. I'll take you all the way. Boy, just come along. Hear me when I say, hey. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, 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 hey. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not steal the moves, DJ. Gonna burn this goddamn house right down. Oh, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. There may be others, and so and so and so and so and so and so and so. You'll just have to pray. If you think you're getting away, I will prove you wrong. I'll take you all the way. Stay another song. I'll blow you all away. Hey. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, hey, hey. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not steal the moves, DJ. Gonna turn this house around somehow. Murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, hey, hey. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not steal the moves, DJ. Gonna burn this goddamn house right down. Don't think you'll get away. I will prove you wrong. I'll take you all the way. Boy, just come along. Hear me when I say, hey. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not steal the moves, DJ. Gonna burn this goddamn house right down. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, 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 hey. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not steal the moves, DJ. Gonna burn this goddamn house right down. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, 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 hey. It's murder on the dance floor,
heart could feel apart or feel complete, baby. Why would you make out of words a cage for your own bird when it sings so sweet, the screaming, leaving fuckery of the world? Why would you offer her name to the same old tired pain when all things come from nothing? And honey, if nothing's gained, my heart is thrilled by the still of your hand. That's how I know now that you understand. There's no plan, there's no race to be run. The harder the rain, the sweeter the sun. There's no plan, there's no kingdom to come. I'll be your man if you got love to get done. Sit and watch the sunlight fade. Honey, enjoy, it's getting late. There's no plan, there's no hand on the rain. As Mac explained, there will be darkness again. Let it hurt, let the awful song be heard. Bluebird, I know you beat, baby, but your secret is safe with me. 'Cause if secrets were like seeds, keep my body from the fire, higher, gardener for my grave. Your secret is safe with me, and if secrets were like back against the wall, there goes the floor beneath my feet. A stack of empty crates giving out under me. I take one more sleepless night, then book the cheapest flight to buy my head some space to clear. There's no time to cut and run. I can't think about what I've done to get me here. 2 miles off the ground with no clouds to be seen. Give me some air that's cold and clean. Love can't bring me down when I've taken myself way out of reach. Oh, we can smooth the fall, but you know this whole thing's on the side. Trying to split the chain to numbers that don't divide. Oh, take one more sleepless night, then I'm on the cheapest flight. Give my head a chance to clear. There's no time to cut and run. I can't think about what I've done to get me here. 2 miles off the ground with no clouds to be seen. Give me some air that's cold and clean. Love can't bring me down when I've taken myself way out of reach.
Hello everyone! So dumadami na tayo sa ating venue sa New Hall. So sige, relax muna kayo dyan and we still have quite a few minutes before the program starts.
We also request everyone to fill the space in front so that we can see what spaces are available.
Yes, huwag kayo magsisipan din sa mga pagkakot. Punta rin kayo sa harap. We request the students of Dr. Jude Bawaan to move right there. Doon, sa bandang harapan para makita kayo. So guys, huwag kayo mahiya.
I swear to God I wasn't born to fight. Maybe just a little bit, enough to make me sick of it. But I can read between the lines. I want to run from everything, but my legs won't work, it's clear to me. I haven't been much myself, and I feel like my friends are being put through this hell. Feeling I think that I'm living, if you could call it living, so brash and unforgiving, ruled by the vibe I'm bringing, serving myself. Serving myself. The timing's poor, I know it's never right. It's hard to see this time of night. Hard to know the reasons why I fucked it up again. Still I breathe a sigh. It doesn't seem so lucky now, but maybe I can figure out why I haven't been much myself, and I feel like my friends are being put through this hell. Feeling I think that I'm living, if you could call it living, so brash and unforgiving, ruled by the vibe I'm bringing, serving myself. Serving myself.
빛이 따라가는 사이 You were never gonna stay Oh no 기다려볼라 baby 줄을 서야만 뒤에 알아서 분위기 즐기네 이제 날아갈 시간 나중엔 돌아 24/7 구름 위를 걸어 짜릿한 기분 I just want you to call my name Just call my name Catch me if you can 내가 날아오를 수 있다면 Catch me if you can 따라와줄래 더 위로 다양한 색으로 물들어줘 꽉 막힌 블랙홀은 맛이 없어 Update Color, color, color me 나긋나긋한 A보다 나쁜 A 아쉬움 매달릴 땐 Hold up 귀찮아 간지러 shake it out 나긋나긋한 A보다 나쁜 A 아쉬움 매달릴 땐 Hold up 귀찮아 간지러 kick it out Ring ring 못한 말이 또 있니 빙빙 돌려 얘기하지 마 우물쭈물 대는 사이 You will never get a start Knock knock 제일 먼저 eye contact 밝게 웃으며 인사 왜 또 말이 느려지는데 괜히 소심해지 마 나중엔 돌아 24/7 구름 위를 걸어 짜릿한 기분 I just want you to call my name Just call my name Catch me if you can 내가 날아오를 수 있다면 Catch me if you can 따라와줄래 더 위로 다양한 색으로 물들어줘 꽉 막힌 블랙홀은 맛이 없어 Update Color, color, color me 보기보다 달콤하지 않아 보기보다 상냥하지 않아 Catch me if you can 내가 날아오를 수 있다면 Catch me if you can 따라와줄래 더 위로 다양한 색으로 물들어줘 꽉 막힌 블랙홀은 맛이 없어 Update Color, color, color me Color, color me 나긋나긋한 A보다 나쁜 A 아쉬움 매달릴 땐 Hold up 귀찮아 간지러 shake it out 나긋나긋한 A보다 나쁜 A 아쉬움 매달릴 땐 Hold up 귀찮아 간지러 kick it out Woke up this morning It feels like every day I got the blues, babe Not going away Another bad dream Where you were running away I'm forever haunted by your time We had a moment We had a summertime I spent all day with you But I could never decide I've been so torn up I've been so out of it I'm forever haunted by your time I've been all alone on my own Every single night I pray When you coming home 'Cause I've been living for that day Juliet, in your heart, yeah You must believe
Hello,
Juliet,
squad mates!
it was more
We are currently contacting Baymax in the squad for an epic event coming your way. But until we all assemble at exactly 10 a.m., keep those superhero vibes buzzing. And in the meantime, we call upon all our super attendees to make sure that you have completed the attendance form outside before entering. And here are some house rules before we start. So kindly switch to silent mode or turn off electronic device during presentations. Listen attentively and refrain from side conversations while a presenter is speaking. Kindly refrain from eating during the presentations to maintain a distraction-free environment. Observe a polite and respectful tone for the Q&A portion later, and make sure to fill up the registration and evaluation form for checking of class attendance.
keep me satisfied. But all your colors are still dancing in my mind. More than just lovers. I'm forever haunted by your time. I've been all alone on my own.
Yan. So, what's up, squad mates? And welcome to this year's MathCon
MathCon
2024
2024
Bawaan, where our mathematical sense meets the Big Hero 6 superpowers. Pero bago yan, magpakilala muna tayo. So, ito nga pala ang inyong fierce na mudra na alagad ng sining at matematika. I am Lawrence Viesca from 2BS Mathematics.
And hey, this is Jay, your antukin girly pero akalat ka rin bestie that has a heart for serving the community from 1BS Mathematics. And again, we're your sidekicks for today. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, would be helping Baymax upgrade his sensors.
But wait, who's Baymax again? Could you reintroduce our main hero?
For sure, Lawrence. Baymax is a lovable healthcare companion and one of the main characters of the Disney's movies Big Hero 6. As a superhero, Baymax undergoes a transformation to become a formidable crime-fighting companion.
Right. And with a changing technological landscape, Baymax told us that even he needs an upgrade. And we'll get to the mission details later on, but for now, let's lay down the law Big Hero 6 style.
Prepare our props, ditch the distractions, and let our gadgets take a chill nap for a while. Once you're ready, can we hear a go? Again. Okay, ready, set?
Parang matamlay pa. Nakapag-almusal na ba kayo? Ready, set? And
Nice. Grabe. Pero keep up that energy, guys, kasi marami pa tayong gagawin today. But before we forget, kindly remember to answer the evaluation form at the end of the adventure. It's not just a record of your presence, but it's also our superhero move to make sure no participant gets left behind.
please also take note of the pigeonhole link where you could place your questions. So, yes. Flashing there on. So now, let's get the ball rolling by first singing the national anthem. So everybody, rise up and let the melody soar.
Before we proceed to an action-packed adventure, let's call on Zosimonera, our spiritual guide in a moment of reflection, to lead our opening prayer.
Let us put ourselves in the loving presence of the Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Lord, as we commence this MathCon event, we express our gratitude for the chance you have given us to learn more and for everyone making it here safely. Grant us the insight to recognize the beauty and significance of mathematics in our daily lives. May everyone gathered here experience the wonders of math and grow in knowledge and understanding. We extend our gratitude for everyone who has worked tirelessly behind the scenes to bring forth this math event. Bless the organizers, speakers, and volunteers with strength, creativity, and perseverance. We also ask for your protection and guidance over all of us, creating a safe and welcoming space for exploration and learning. We entrust this event into your hands, grateful for the opportunity to come together in the pursuit of knowledge. In your name we pray. Amen. Saint Ignatius of Loyola, pray for us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Zossie, for that heartwarming prayer. Since it's time for the main event, Lawrence, could you tell us what Baymax had in mind for this upgrade?
Of course, we all know that Baymax, our incredible superhero robot, operates seamlessly because of his innate mathematical functions. However, this time, Baymax needs to collect sensors so that he could enhance his own mathematical sense.
I'm guessing this is where we as sidekicks come to guide our squad mates. Am I right? Did Baymax give specific instructions?
Definitely, the squad must consult with mathematicians, get his sensors from them, and then listen to their instructions on how to use it mathematically.
Sounds like a plan, Lawrence. Though we should warn without Baymax accomplishing the mission, the squad would be asked to tap into their own mathematical ability as a sense. Do you think, guys, you can do that? Can we hear a yeah, yeah?
Isa pa, parang matamlay. Can I hear a yeah, yeah? Isa pa, yeah, yeah? Ayan. Parang mas nabuhayan ng inyong audience.
Nakakain na sila. Alright, then make way for our commander, Dr. Jude Buot, to introduce to us our first mathematician consultant. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Welcome to this year's MathCon. Before I introduce our first speaker, allow me to say a few words. For those of you who aren't aware of the inspiration for this year's theme, the catchphrase mathematics is a sense. It actually was taken from a TED talk given by an Australian mathematics teacher, Professor Eddie Wu, titled Mathematics is a Sense You Never Knew You Had. If you haven't seen that video, just type that on YouTube and you can watch it later. But here's a quick recap as to why mathematics is a sense, according to Professor Wu. First, he believes that every human person is capable of doing math. This so-called ability is innate in us, similar to our sense of sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. So basically, it's congenital. And one of the translations in Malay of that word is Bawaan. So basically, we all have the ability and the sense for math. The second point is that he believes this sense can be heightened or strengthened through constant practice and utilization. So if you want to be good at singing or dancing or playing instruments, keep practicing. Ganun din sa math. And third, having this sense of math allows us a way of seeing or looking at our world differently. As math teachers, it's easy for us to say that we love math and we appreciate its value and necessity in our lives. Yes, as your math 10 teachers, we want you to love math. But sige, admittedly, for some people, that might be too difficult. Ibahin na lang natin. If math is a sense, innate, God-given quality. We want to encourage you to use it, hone it, and explore its potential. So, dahil malapit na February, so parang pag-ibig lang din yan. Bigyan ko din ng chance. Yun lang. But seriously now, I hope all of you would listen attentively to our two speakers this morning. And if you're attending also the afternoon session, another set of two speakers. They will share their experience and utilization of mathematics in their work and in their life. So thank you, and let's begin the first one. Our first speaker has more than 4 years of experience specializing in quantitative risk and capital management in the financial consulting practice of SGB and Company, Ernst & Young, Philippines. She has significant exposure in banks and financial institutions and has broad experience in providing consulting services involving risk management, capital planning, enterprise risk, and regulatory compliance in accordance with international best practices. She graduated magna cum laude from the UP Diliman with a degree Bachelor of Business Economics. She's a certified financial risk manager, the globally recognized standard as the premier certification for risk professionals. Students, guests, please help me in welcoming Christine Faith Divan.
Hi everyone, good morning. Is everyone awake? I hope you've eaten breakfast. And I hope that, and I'm very excited to speak about risk management. This is a field in finance that I'm very passionate about. And if I do have any regrets, it's not knowing about this sooner than later. So you're very blessed that you get to hear about what we do in practice. I have extensive experience working with government institutions, including the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, from small to large private and foreign banks, and as well as international clients. And so I hope to shed light on this topic, that risk management can be fun, and how to tell a good story in quantitative risk. So are you familiar with, is anyone here familiar with risk management, like the field and practice? Can I get I want to see a raise of hands. Okay, baka konti lang. Okay. In essence, mathematics is important, especially dealing with big data, statistical tools, when it comes, because we help our clients and these businesses navigate around uncertainty and make more structured decisions. Again, I'm talking about in the context of financial institutions. So how do we do that? I'd like to first tell two stories, one of which I hope you're familiar with. Are you familiar with the financial crisis that occurred in 2007? Okay, I hope you're familiar with that. You should be, or you can watch The Big Short to get more information on this. And the Silicon Valley Bank collapse, which occurred just last year, 2023. Now, these two stories or these two events, there are several culprits to why it happened, but the primary root cause, if not the primary reason, is a failure in risk management. So the financial crisis in 2007, it started with a housing boom. Okay, you have lenders, so institutions, you have lenders, institutions loaning out to a wider range of borrowers. Okay, and so that trickled down to financial innovation and final engineering in creating what you call structured credit products. Are you familiar with what structured credit products are? Okay, perhaps down the line in your courses, you'd encounter this. But just to give you how this instrument works, right? So these individual loans are packaged or consolidated to what you call a mortgage-backed security. And I'd like to emphasize that the income streams of how you earn from these MBS instruments is through the payments of the individual mortgages. So it goes without saying that the value of the MBS is reliant on the capacity, on the willingness to pay of those that have loans, mortgage loans in particular. Okay? Now, private institutions were earning huge sums of money and huge sums of profit from this engagement, right? You have your mortgage brokers, big banks like Citibank, JP Morgan, Lehman Brothers, earning huge sums of profit by selling mortgage-backed securities. So there was little incentive and there was a deliberate intent to actually hide the real risk of these securities. So what happened? Instead of these securities, the underlying asset, which is the individual loans, are supposedly belonging to borrowers that were AAA rated, meaning they have the capacity to pay, or BBB rated. But in reality, the real risk of those MBS securities, the underlying assets were those borrowers that had absolutely poor credit ratings. They didn't even verify the income of those borrowers, of those who they gave out housing loans to. And so essentially, what happened was the risk materialized. Data doesn't lie. We do that a lot in risk management. We deal with big data. Okay? So when during that time there was excessive lending, leverage, and systemic risk buildup, everyone, as I mentioned, was making a lot of money from these structured credit products. And when the risk materialized, the initiation of the financial crisis began, which by the way trickled to an economic downturn across the biggest developed economies, the United States, the United Kingdom. The Philippines wasn't affected as much because when the risk materialized, these structured credit products deteriorated in value and basically their balance sheet, their businesses were deemed worthless. In simplest terms, if the mortgage-backed securities were worth 100 pesos, they realized that the default risk was at 90% or even 100%, and so it's absolutely worthless. And their profitability, and it ended with it trickled down to an economic downturn with the central banks bailing out these financial institutions from Citibank, JP Morgan. So inherently, it was failure to value the credit risk behind these mortgage-backed securities and behind these financial instruments. And there I say that it was a deliberate miscalculation of the real risk. Okay. Now, let's go to the second story, which is the Silicon Valley Bank collapse. So what happened here? This is interesting because bank collapses are not frequent anymore, but this happened last year in 2023. Are we all aware that there is increasing inflation globally? Okay. I'd like you to encourage you to read why there is increasing inflation. But what this failure, so this was one of the failures in the financial crisis was credit on the aspect of credit. But for the Silicon Valley Bank collapse, it was in the aspect of interest rate risk. Okay? They failed to see that their balance sheet structure, their investment strategy, was highly vulnerable to the aggressive tightening monetary policy of the Federal Reserve. Now, when that occurred and the risk materialized, their balance sheets were also deemed worthless. Their equity values dropped, and that caused a panic with their depositors. So all the depositors withdrew, and it caused a liquidity crunch, or in banking, it's called a heart attack. And they failed in a span of 36 hours to be exact. This is a headline from the New York Times. Silicon Valley Bank fails after a run on deposits. And by the way, even in local banks now, this encouraged a conversation if the balance sheet of financial institutions in the Philippines, and the Federal Reserve is also talking about that, is resilient when it comes to a changing economic environment. Okay. So this is the balance sheet structure. In the interest of time, I won't be discussing it. But had they known, or had they possessed the right asset liability management tool, I'm going to be throwing out a lot of technical jargon, by the way. Have they possessed the right quantitative tool to measure their interest rate risk, they would have changed their investment strategies even before December 2022, so that this risk wouldn't have materialized and they wouldn't have failed. So my point being is that these two stories, there are a lot more technicalities around these financial events. But mathematical modeling, statistical modeling comes into play when it comes to ensuring that financial institutions are able to correctly measure what the risks are. Because if they correctly measure what the risks are, then they will know the proper response and the proper strategies to take to mitigate, to avoid, and to transfer those risks. Okay? I hope I make a compelling case this morning why risk management is a field worth going into, especially if you are passionate about numbers. In this field, we build models literally from scratch and deal with big data. And so I'll be shedding more light there. Okay, just to quickly define, what is risk management? So, reading this out, risk management in the context of finance is the art of identifying, measuring, and taking the necessary action to manage risks in order to further your objectives as an institution. These are some of the standards for international best practices that we follow, including the Basel Bank for International Settlements. I also encourage you to look into that more, and several developed economy central banks across the globe, such as the European Central Bank or the Monetary Authority of Singapore. These are some of the mathematical tools we use to quantify risk, and some of the financial institutions that are firming up or have developed risk management frameworks and tools that we have already worked with. Okay. Now, to make you understand what happens in the industry of risk management, I'd like to go back to the basics first. This is the framework of what comprises an effective risk management practice. Two things that I'd like to highlight would be risk identification and risk measurement. And I'll quickly discuss the last two. Now, in risk identification, it's easy, simple lang. You answer the question, what are your exposures as a financial institution? What I'd like to highlight is that your exposure as a financial institution is directly related to your strategy and your risk appetite or the level of risk you're willing to take. For example, private banks in the Philippines have more conservative lending practices. Okay? Whereas, for example, if you look at a government institution like Pag-ibig, you have a social responsibility to lend, and therefore you would expect that in the area of default risk or credit risk, the risk taking should be higher, right? So that's just one of the illustrations of why strategy is crucial in dictating your level of risk taking. Okay? Now, I think there will be questions later. Yeah. Okay. Now, the next question, now, in terms of risk measurement, given that this is your strategy as a bank, what are the right quantitative tools to measure or to quantify that risk? Okay. There are several models. I actually wrote down some of the terms here, the ones highlighted in yellow, that are used in the financial industry to be able to measure the risk. And it's very, very important that you use the right tools, hopefully aligned with best practices and aligned with correct theory. Okay? As a consultant, I still open my economics and statistics textbooks until now for my clients. Okay. And the last two would be risk control and risk monitoring. Essentially, we want to answer the question, given that you know your risk exposures, you have measured those risk exposures, what's your response? What's your strategy? How will you summarize that into policies? Okay. So hopefully that's pretty simple. It's a very general, high-level framework. Now, the risk universe is very, very wide. But I'm just going to highlight 4 important types of risk that uses big data and extensive quantitative techniques. So first is credit risk. Okay. Have you guys heard of these terms? Credit risk, market risk. Okay, great. So credit risk, essentially, it's your default risk. Meaning, kapag nagpautang ako ng 10, pag nagpautang ako ng 100 pesos sa friend ko, ina-expect ko ba yun na mabalik sa akin lahat? Sana kasi friend ko siya. But in reality, if you're a corporation, of course, you loan out 10 billion, do you expect the whole 10 billion back? No, you don't. You have to quantify how much will I not get back, right? what do you think, what concept do you think we use? Your probability of default. Allergic ba kayo doon? Nung college, allergic ako doon. Kaya nga nakakatawa, pinapractice ko siya now. But that's your probability of default, okay? So credit risk, the question here is, what's the borrower's capacity and willingness to pay, right? For market risk, this is the fluctuations in the value of your assets. So the most relatable example, if you trade in stocks or equity, the value of those change daily. The most exciting part that we do would be dealing with more structured complex products like derivatives, swaps, options, and valuing the value of those instruments. Liquidity risk is your ability to pay your short-term obligations. So how liquid are you? So you're dealing with liquid cash or perhaps risk-free securities that you can easily sell and trade, like money market, okay, with sovereign counterparties, etc. And your interest rate risk is how resilient is your balance sheet or your business in the face of changing economic scenarios or changing interest rate risk. I won't have the opportunity to discuss interest rate risk models, but in the context of Silicon Valley Bank, they should have implemented tools such as duration and convexity analysis, cash flow analysis, basically asset liability management tools. If you're familiar with interest rate forecasting, those mathematical tools to be able to maintain an interest rate risk model. In finance, we call it economic value of equity. Okay? These are just financial jargon, but along your college years, like when you're second, third, fourth year, I hope you encounter the mathematical tools they use for those. Okay. Now, I'm gonna go on ahead and illustrate to you how modeling is done. I'm gonna give a very high level how modeling is done in practice, particularly by giving you an example of credit risk, and I'll say why I chose that risk later on, and tying it back to environmental social governance risk, which is an emerging risk. Are you familiar with climate risk, sustainability risk? Okay, sige. So, first off, these are balance sheets of financial institutions. You have here the balance sheet of the central bank and the balance sheet of private banking. By the way, masaya magbasa ng financial statements. Kala ko yun ng college boring siya, but it's actually interesting. You see there how do they do their business. So, to understand the risks of these businesses, one of the first things you can look at is their balance sheets, right? Their statements of financial position. Why does if you look at here, majority of the assets what the institution owns, that's what it means, huh? So majority of the assets of the central bank are in investment securities denominated in foreign currency. These are risk-free securities such as bonds, treasury bills that are in Swiss franc, euro, USD. How come? How come? The question is, given their objective as a central bank, bakit ganun yung balance sheet structure nila? Okay. The objective of any central bank is twofold. One of two main objectives. Number one, fight inflation, keep it at the BSP target levels. Number two, defend our foreign currency. And being in a developed economy, we need to be ready to buy the peso to defend it through these gross international reserves. Should the event require that? That's why, given that purpose of the central bank, they're not profit making. The central bank isn't there to make profit. Given that objective, that's why their balance sheet structure is this way. Okay? That's the story behind this portfolio. Now, when it comes to commercial banks, and by the way, ganito majority ng balance sheet structure ng commercial banks dito, BPI, BDO, Metrobank. If you look at what they do, their business is that they take deposits, our deposits, and what do they do to those deposits? They loan it. Okay? So if you look at the balance sheet, 65% of the assets are in loans. Okay? So I wanted to highlight this because when it comes to the local banking industry, the biggest risk exposure is in credit. Okay? Which means that the most complex models should be in the area of credit risk. Okay? You need to be able to build accurate and precise models to measure that area, risk area. Okay. So how is this done? I give here a general framework of parang ano ba yung what thinking framework should we adopt whenever we build a model. The first one is you have to be able to define the objective of your model. What do I mean? For example, in the area of credit risk, I already mentioned a while ago, if you loan out 10 billion, you're not going to expect that back. And what if it materializes? Right? You need to have proper reserves. You need to reserve that amount in the event that that default materializes. So that's the objective of your model. You want to measure the probability of default of these financial institutions. Now, the next thing is, given that you're trying to measure default risk, that's related to your capacity to pay. What do you think are the risk determinants or the factors that will impact capacity to pay? I'll give you two perspectives. When it comes from for an individual borrower such as you guys, it goes without saying that income is a determinant, right? When you have a higher level of income, definitely you have lower credit risk and you can pay, you have higher capacity to pay. Another example would be, let's say, in terms of payment behavior. Let's say, meron kang 5-year loan. If you always pay on time and you always have complete payments, then you can say that you're behaving well, right? And you have lower credit risk. Okay? Now, in the aspect of corporates naman, because there are corporate borrowers, right? Companies, literally, I mean companies. And this is in understanding the risk determinants of corporates, it's very important to know corporate finance. That would mean knowing their profitability ratios. So, for example, their net level of net income, return on equity, their level of solvency, liquidity, and such. Okay. Now, those risk factors, we have to gather this data. And when we model credit risk, we usually use, let's say, 5 years or 6 years of bank data from different systems. And this is where data gathering, analyzing data comes in. We need to make sure that the data is correct. This is where we deal with big data and analyze it appropriately. After that, we process that data. By the way, your model is only as good as the inputs, garbage in, garbage out. So you have to make sure that data is correct. We do several, these are just some quantitative techniques that we apply, such as cluster analysis and machine learning and regression. Okay, so we consolidate those risk factors. Are you familiar with regression? Okay, I hope you are at this point. So regression, to be able to create a model that will quantify what is the relationship of the risk factors, the independent variables, with the probability of default of the portfolio. The resulting model usually looks like this. By the way, that takes around half a year to build from scratch. So that's what this is, we do this in practice for several banks, locally and internationally. So what, diba? Ano naman kung meron kang ganyan? So how is this used? This is where a bank can assess their underwriting policies. For example, they can set a threshold by which they can accept or reject their borrowers. After they have quantified and they saw that their default risk is only 2%, they can readjust their portfolio strategy. Nalaman ng owners or ng board of management, 2% lang yung default risk, kailangan mas mataas pa. We can increase to 5%. We have appetite for that. And they can reassess and recalibrate their strategies. By the way, that's very important now when it comes to the BSP, championing financial inclusion. Underwriters, private banks need to relax their underwriting to give access for funding. Okay? And they need models to support that. And of course, it's important because this model will dictate how much you should keep in your reserve for your expected losses so that when the risk materializes, you have enough money to cover for it. Okay? So that's what we use these models for. Okay. Now, may questions ba? Boring ba? No, I'm being sarcastic. If you're really into numbers and into telling stories behind numbers, building these models until communicating it to the stakeholders is very fulfilling. It's very difficult. The risk management practice, it's intellectually stimulating talaga. Okay? So, given that, I want to mention very quickly, in the interest of time, how is sustainability risk related to this? Okay? Sustainability risk, ang alam nyo dyan would be, let's say, ano yung financial impact kapag nagka-earthquake? Or ano yung financial impact in the face of changing like increasing greenhouse gases. Okay? Now, this is interesting because BSP has been rolling this out recently, late na by the way, ang Philippines. And sabi ng BSP, your level of default is not just dictated by your profitability. It doesn't matter if you're making a lot of money, but you're not adopting green technology. Or perhaps you're heavily using fossil fuels in your operations. So the BSP is rolling out general guidelines pa lang of how banks should measure and quantify how banks should incorporate sustainability risk in their portfolio. In order to do this, you have to be able to map out the risk drivers, okay, to the financial impact. So I'll give you quickly an example. How long? 1 minute na lang. Okay, matatapos ko yan. I'll give you quickly an example in the area of transition risk. Okay, transition risk. Let's say, for example, the government increases taxes on greenhouse gases, or says that fossil fuel should be obsolete. Then that will obviously cause stranded assets and increase your corporate credit spreads, which means that your profitability will decline, which means that your expected credit loss will increase. Okay. The challenge here is, how do you model that? How do you quantify that? You need climate data, weather data, and it's still not yet available. And most data are silo pa lang sa mga financial institutions. Okay, the Central Bank of Japan does something very interesting to solve that. But how well you link the risk drivers to the financial impact is directly related to how well you will find a model to be able to quantify these risks. So now I'm at the end of my talk. How do you build a story, and how do you tell a good story in quantitative risk? I give here an acronym. Number 1, you have to make sure that you understand the business. You have to obtain and understand relevant and correct data. You have to decide to balance complexity and interpretability. By the way, when it comes to very complex models, usually may resistance yan kasi mahirap intindihin. That's why it's also relevant to ensure accuracy and precision. You need to be precise in terms of your mathematical and statistical applications. Okay? This impacts business decisions from business units to the board. And that's why it's important that you do it correctly. And lastly, you have to leverage clear narratives and illustrations and simplify to relevant stakeholders. You have to have the language of being able to communicate to departments, senior management, and the board. So that ends my talk. I do hope I've given you a very general overview of how risk management is done in practice. And if you're passionate about numbers, perhaps consider this as a field you'd like to get into in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith, for sharing us insider info about your line of work. I expect that at least those who are in School of Management, AMF, I think they have a good grasp of the concepts and, oh, ganyan pala. And class 6 months na gagawin yung math model. So, di ba? Hone your craft with math. I'm sure there are some questions for Faith, but we'll do a Q&A after the second speaker. So again, round of applause to our first speaker. Let's proceed to our next invited speaker, who sent me a very brief bio note. So I hope he doesn't mind that I'm going to add certain things. Our next speaker is someone who I met more than a decade ago in this campus. He was actually one of my first acquaintances when I was just starting here in Ateneo. We were both, I think, graduate students at the time. So we weren't employees. Well, at least I wasn't an employee yet of Ateneo. So we've known each other as students. I've known Nico as a writer, and I'm proud of him personally for his first solo book-length collection of poems. I'm promoting it. It's titled Enter Deeply. Enter Deeply. Okay. You can message him and he was gonna maybe sign autographs if you buy a book. It's published by the UP Press, and this book was selected for the 2020 Gaudi Boy Poetry Book Prize. Nico holds an MA in Literary and Cultural Studies from the Ateneo de Manila University, and he is currently taking a PhD in music at the University of the Philippines College of Music, while also teaching in the English department of Ateneo. So for our next speaker, please welcome Nicolo Rocamora.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi. Oh, I see some familiar faces. Hello. Okay, so I'm Nico, and I'll talk about math and music. Jude is right. We met uh, a decade ago. We were both part of the Graduate Students Council, right, under Dr. Kimbo, who was with the math department also. So anyway, let's begin by doing some singing. Let's begin by doing some singing. Okay. All right. So I want you to, okay. I want, I'll give a melody for the left side of the audience to sing. I'll give another melody for the right side, and then I'll give one note for the middle. Okay? So, right side first. We stand on a hill between the earth and sky. Now we stand. You're not singing. Okay, wait. Again. On cue, ha? And we stand. Okay, I can hear. If I talk about volume from 1 to 10, you're somewhere on 4. Can you give me 6? Okay. 1 and we stand. Okay. Louder. Thank you. This side. We stand on a hill between the earth and sky. One more time. We stand on a hill between the earth and sky. Give me a 10. And we stand. No, 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 no. Wait. We stand on a hill. You're just walking down. Wag mong madali, ha? We stand on a hill between the earth and sky. One more time. And we hill between the earth and sky. Okay. Right side and left side. Let's sing together. 1, 2. We. So they come in first, right? Oh, 1 and we stand on. Okay. Okay. So I'm not hearing it. Okay. We have to warm up. So when we talk about singing, we talk about warming up. And when we talk about, so kaya tuloy hindi ko na pinakanta yung gitna kasi so far parang parang ano no, we need some vocalization pa. Okay, but you get, okay, this is what I'm trying to get at, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binaries. Okay? Ganito po. Pag kinanta nyo yon, we stand on a hill Between the earth and sky, we stand on a hill. Between the earth and sky. Can you just sing that? Sky. With number 4. Dagdagan nyo. Gawin nyo 7 yung intensity. Sky and. Thank you. Sky. Number 7 intensity. Sky and. O sige. 1 together. Sky, sky. 1 and. Okay. Did you hear that? Did you hear that merong slight harmony doon? Did you hear it? Isa pa ha? O 6 lang yon, 6 lang. 6 out of 10. So kailangan taasan natin yung grade natin. Gawin natin 7, 8. Okay? Sky and Hoy, bakit ang hina? Again. Okay, good. All right. Together, now and. Okay, good. So we can now hear the perfect fifth that's there. Okay? There we can already hear the perfect fifth. Pero wobbly pa din kasi wala nga tayong vocalization. We didn't really practice ahead, right? Did you hear that, no? Parang medyo nahirinig na yung harmony but I'm not convinced. Are you convinced? Not yet, di ba? Not yet. Okay, next. Papakantahin ko kayo ng sky, pero sing it with sky. Gitna kayo ha. Sky. Okay, thank you. That's loud. That's a 10. Everybody here, dapat ganun din. Sky. When I, 1, 2, and. Okay, good. Now, listen. 3, 2, 1, quiet. All right. Kanta, sky. Ngayon, pag choir, remember, you must all blend together. Right? So dapat, blending. Okay? So pag masyadong malakas, blend with the rest, pero pull everyone up. Okay? Dynamics, forte dapat pareho. So, you were singing fortissimo. So, baba natin ng forte. Pero dapat, yung iba, lakasan. Okay? Kayo, sky. Sabay, and. Sky, sky, sky. Together? Good. Okay, now, itong side lang na to, at saka itong side lang na to. 1, 2, 3. May kumakanta sa gitna, nadidinig ko. Keep quiet. 1, 2, 3. Very good. That's a perfect fifth, right? Now you sing left, middle, and right. 1, 2, and. Okay. Did you feel the vibration in the room? Did you notice that the vibrations with the right side and the left only were parang mas chill siya? If you listen with the major third in the middle, it actually sounds a little more parang. Let's try it again. Feel that. Feel it. Okay? Left and right only. 1, 2, and. Right, left, and middle together. Observe how different the feeling is. 1, 2, and. See? Parang mas maraming vibrations dun sa 1, 3, 5. Pero kung perfect fifth lang, hindi masyadong umuugong yung kwarto. Did you feel it? Did you notice something like that? This is because, we have this because singing relies on the vibration of your vocal cords, right? And the thing is, when you vibrate, you produce waves. Ito na si Matt. Right? You produce waves, right? And these waves in harmony can be described in ratios. And that's actually what the ancient Greeks were doing. That's what the ancient Greeks were doing since the time of Pythagoras, Ptolemy, etc. I'm not an expert in that particular field of music study. I'm a cultural studies person. But when we talk about math and music, umpisa pa lang, even from the very beginning, we were talking about ratios. And the perfect fifth has a ratio. It's actually 3 wave cycles against 2. That's a perfect fifth. Bakit siya maganda? Kasi kapag grinaph nyo yun, maganda siyang tignan. Literally. Right? 3 against 2. Can I ask the left and the right to sing one more thing? Sky. Sky. Ah, what did it? Can anyone tell me what am I trying to what am I asking you to sing? Yes, Joaquin. An octave, right? Can you sing an octave higher? Sky. 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 Now? Sky. Ang naririnig ko, perfect fifth. Grabe. Okay. Ang ratio ng octave is 2 against 1. Right? So napakagandang tignan. If you graph these are actually very neat to look at. And that's why they are called perfect intervals. Because they sound good and they look good. I think that's the reason. Because they really look good. The problem though with Pythagorean tuning was that kapag tinuloy-tuloy mo yon, it's built on fifths. The relationship of in fifths, intervals of fifths. If you stack them up, inevitably makikita mo may mga notes na dapat pareho like G sharp and then A flat. But the problem there is they're not exactly the same. So inevitably there will be the problem of dissonance. You're thinking you're supposed to sing the same note, they're not the same note. Nagkakaroon ng dissonances. Issue sa music ang consonants because we want beautiful sounds. Okay? Speaking of beautiful sounds, can I ask the technique to play Epitaph of Seikilos? The Epitaph of Seikilos is built on just intonation, which is supposed to be dapat small ratios lang ang ginagamit at dapat maganda yung tunog. So pakinggan niyo yung Epitaph of Seikilos. Thank you very much. Do you know what the epitaph of Seikilos is? Okay. All right. The epitaph of Seikilos is the earliest recorded piece of music. It was written on the grave, I think the tombstone of a woman who had died very early, and the husband left that piece of music written on a gravestone. And it had to do with the message of the song actually is we should live happy lives. We should be happy in this life. Did you hear the perfect fifth? Ta-ta. Ang linaw, di ba? And the vibration wasn't disturbing. It was really consonant. So the Greeks were already very conscious about this. And they were using ratios in order to find what was consonant and what was dissonant. Is this clear? Okay. Malinaw ba yan? It's a very good music lesson. Ayan. Okay. Now, where else does math come in? So there's my first point actually. Math comes in when we talk about music because we have ratios when we talk about pitches and harmony. When we talk about pitches and harmony, we talk about ratios. Who of you play the piano? Okay. What kind of temperament does a piano have? Do you know what that's called? I heard it somewhere in the middle. Who said that? There's equal temperament. A piano has equal temperament. Anong ibig sabihin ng equal temperament? They're equally spaced. Okay? My understanding of equal temperament is, hindi ba nga, when you stack fifths together in Pythagorean tuning, they don't end up being the same. Ang ginawa nila, in order for instruments to play together and parang magkaroon ng standardization, they made the tuning equal. So your A flat will be equal to a G sharp, which in Pythagorean tuning is not equal. That's why instruments can play together. And inevitably, the orchestra can play together. Who of you attend concerts, no? Which one? Which concert are you attending? Oh, so Tchaikovsky, right? Tchaikovsky? Oh, wow. The violin concerto. The violin, who of you play the violin here? Yes, Joaquin, yes. Some people play the violin. Okay, o nga pala, no? I think some of you are in Blue Symphony. The violin is not a tempered instrument. It's not a tempered instrument because it has hindi eksakto yung pitches. The violinist has the challenge of finding the pitches. Right? Okay, so it actually makes it quite a complicated instrument to play, especially the Tchaikovsky concerto. That's very difficult to play. Okay? All right. So music is involved with math because of pitches. Now, the thing is, hindi lang to theoretical. This isn't just a theoretical matter. Somebody's attending a concert tonight. Where's that concert going to be, sir? Romulo Auditorium in RCBC, right? I have a kwento. I have a Marites kwento because I'm a literature and cultural studies scholar. I have a Marites kwento because cultural studies people gather stories. I attended a concert at the Cultural Center of the Philippines. Who knows where that is? CCP Main Theater. That's supposed to be the theater of the nation, right? Under whose watch was the CCP built? The Marcoses. The Marcoses have to return the money they stole from us, okay? Now, anyway, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binaries, the CCP, tanghalang Nicanor Abelardo. How do I know that it has bad acoustics? Hindi pare-pareho yung maririnig mo in one part of the theater as compared to the other. How do I know? Why? Because I saw a certain woman sitting not in the boxes, the most expensive part, You know, di ba in a theater, you have the orchestra area, you have the boxes, the parterre boxes, the balcony 1, balcony 2, whatever balconies you may have, right? Pataas ang pataas, parang sa Irwin. Hindi din maganda ang acoustics ng Irwin as far as I know. Pero in Cultural Center of the Philippines, Madam Marcos, Mrs. Marcos, was not sitting in the boxes, in the most expensive area, but in the orchestra. Hindi pa sa gitna. She was sitting somewhere else. Somewhere obscure. But bakit ako mauupo doon kung hindi maganda yung sound? In other words, when that theater was designed, probably hindi sufficient yung computation ng acoustics. Kasi tumatapon ang boses ng singers. The sound that an orchestra makes, it hits walls. Right? So may vibration yon, tatama sa wall. Ang tanong, saan pupunta yon? So who are physics majors here? Physics majors. Baka merong, sinong mga science majors? I don't know. Baka later in the afternoon, may physics majors. Physics majors can actually go into the field of acoustics. And they will benefit from a knowledge of math. Again, because it's about a computation of waves, vibrations, frequencies. Is this clear? Naalala ko yan. When I'm a PhD student, I'm a graduate student of cultural studies in music, but actually, we talked about music and technology, the microphone, how this was devised, and then how halls were created. Paano in Harvard University, they actually had experiments on how to reduce the amount of echo in a hall. The problem kasi is, if you play in a space where there's so much echo, everything is bouncing everywhere. It depende sa materials, depende sa shape, depende sa lahat. You know, I had that experience. Kasi I'm a pianist, but I also play the organ for a church. So when I played at the Cathedral of Christ the Light in Oakland, California, aba, bagong-bago yung cathedral. All metal, all glass, all concrete. So when I was playing, bumabato-bato yung sound. If you're praying, how does that affect you? Distracting. Yes? I think it could be distracting for some people. Too much echo is a problem. Too much echo is a problem. If you go to the gorgeous old churches like Grace Cathedral in San Francisco, the organ plays there, may echo, pero sapat lang, hindi siya distracting. Those are the problems that an acoustics person will solve through math and physics. So if you want to be a musician or somebody involved in music, you will actually benefit from using math. Which is so unfortunate for me kasi when I was in college, I was originally in AP Psychology. Anyone AP Psychology here? Don't leave the course. Ha? Kasi I remember when I was in AP Psychology, nung nakita ko magkaka-statistics kami in second year, sabi ko, I better get out. And that actually is, I don't know, maybe good because I got into creative writing, and then later on literature, and then later on music. But the thing is, I think that now that I deal as a poet with numbers, not numbers, but patterns, right? When I do music analysis also, when I do music analysis, it really depends on certain patterns and formulae. Sounds like quadratic equations, di ba? I remember that. Ito naman yung third. In music, there are patterns. My first point was pitches in ratios. Second one is math in acoustics. Number 3, if you actually study music pieces, most of them have formulae. Pag tinignan niyo, in a way, I'll call them formulae, but there are patterns. There are patterns of development. And if you study them, you will study literally. Ito, di ba? Tonic, Roman numeral number 1. Dominant, Roman numeral number 5. We are trying to get from Roman numeral number 1 all the way to Roman numeral number 5, all the way back to number 1. Western music is all built like that. Music from Europe and the United States, it's all like that, according to Heinrich Schenker, the great theoretician. Okay? So in other words, lahat ng musician gumagawa lang ng paraan to look for ways from 1 to 5 to 1. That's all. Pero ang daming mga diversions. Okay? And as a last point, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binaries, we have singing. Kumanta kayo kanina, right? Who of you listen to the Philippine Madrigal Singers? Who of you like them? Diba? I think some people are familiar with them and they like the Mads. The Mads, very difficult. Ako, binigyan ko kayo ng pitches. Bawat isa. Sa Mads, they sit in a semicircle and they only sing. The conductor only gives one pitch. Everybody should find their own place. Kaya tuloy, sometimes, when I listen to the Mads, I feel like they're getting out of tune. Pero actually, they're not. They are able to find their way all the way to the end of the piece. So in other words, while they're sitting in a semicircle, yung magkakatabi, they do not listen to one another. Seatmates do not listen to one another. The guy has to listen to the girl on the other side, on the other end of that semicircle, and another person. In other words, they're forming geometric shapes while listening. They're not listening to their seatmate. They have to listen to other people, not just one person. They have to listen to at least 2 people in that semicircle. Okay? So there. So it's actually, if you attend a choir concert, who of you sang in choir before? Do you want to sing in choir again? Diba? It's pretty difficult. Pero yun, binibigay na sa inyo yung pitches. Kapag mads ka, aba, you find your way. It's pretty complicated. So actually, just to sum up, okay, we have another piece of music, but I think 3 minutes is not enough. Math and music theory and music, if you look at music theory today and modern mathematics, parang medyo naghiwalay na sila. Pero if you think about it, music is built on certain principles from math, from the very beginning. And music practitioners need a sensibility that actually problematizes issues that are related to math. Is this clear? Okay. So math, if you want to be a musician, then you will do well to practice your skills in math. Surprisingly, that's something that the person who left AP psychology to avoid numbers is saying. The discipline of math will help you as you practice music, and you will notice that math is all over music, from the computation of the pitches and the harmonies to the looking at patterns, doing music analysis, forms and analysis. It's all there. So that's it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Nico. Again, another round of applause to Nico Vito. Kapag vocalize na rin tayo ng the oras. Okay. So we'll proceed. Please don't leave yet. We'll proceed with the Q&A, but I'll turn the floor over to our MCs. Again, thank you, speakers.
Hello again. Again, thank you, Ms. Faith Valle and Mr. Miko Vitug for sharpening our minds with your talks on math's amazing presence in finance and music, as well as Sir Jude Buot for introducing our keynote speakers. Indeed, I got from the first talk na math can predict security in our finance industry, especially through model and quantifying the risk. I love how witty Miss Faith is in conceptualizing an acrostic na sa model para i-summarize yung kanyang talk for us. Ikaw naman, Lawrence, what did you get?
Ayan. So sa unang talk, nabigyan pa ako ng lore, kumbaga, dun sa mga nangyayari ng mga bank collapse or economic collapse. And I hope that that talk also give you more insights regarding those issues. And yung mas pinakatumatak talaga sa akin was yung framework na yung risk identification, risk measurement, risk control, and risk monitoring. Kasi from here, makita nga natin na math is very focused na on problem solving. And we can use math on solving certain problems, especially in the economy and also in finance. So, ayan. So, moving on naman sa next talk, relation ng math and music. So, parang unconventional na ng una. Parang, may math pala sa music. Pero, as diniscuss nga kanina, it does make sense na even sa simpleng pagkatanga ng choir, even sa simple nga na acoustics ng isang event, may kita natin na nag-a-apply dito ang math and specifically physics. So, ikaw naman.
Dun sa second talk, kita kong nabuhayan talaga yung audience natin sa pagkanta nila. Kasi nag-harmonize sila.
Vocalize.
Mas naintindihan ko ngayon na yung math pala present siya sa music in terms of vibrations, frequencies, and saka waves. At naintindihan ko rin kung bakit yung mga halls ay ganun yung structure nila is para hindi mag-bounce yung mga echo sa tabi.
Ayan. So moving on to our next portion, undoubtedly, you likely have questions that you would like to clear and ask. So this is the part of your adventure as superheroes to deal with the uncertainty of the unknown and new powers.
But, fret not, squad mates, this is normal even while taking an action-packed mission like yours. We now ask you to scan the code or go to the pigeon link flash on the screen. Your entry shall grant you the ability to communicate your doubts and questions so you will be enlightened more to tap on your mathematical skills to upgrade Baymax. You may also speak in the mic station on the stairs if you feel like doing so.
Ayan. So kung may mga katanungan kayo, itanong nyo na habang nandito pa. So guys, huwag kayo mahiga.
Okay, let's start with questions on site. You can approach our microphones that are placed in the aisles. Any question for the first speaker or second speaker? Do we have questions online? Yes. Okay, so we have a question from online. Okay. All right. Okay, to the second speaker, to Nico. Here's a question. What are the possible job opportunities that deal with the math of music? So if you're that kind of person, the math of music.
All right. So thank you for that question. Here, this is what I think. When you are an expert in math and physics, then you can get into acoustics, right? So that has to do with the building of spaces in order to create, places for performance. You can also get into music and technology, so the speakers, microphones, etc. So these are practical things that a person involved in math and music can get into. Aside from which, if you want to be an academic, most likely it's not going to be here in the Philippines. I have to admit. In the Philippines, our concerns are very post-colonial. We want to discover our own culture, see how oppression has been done, So the thing is, I don't think music theory in terms of discussing um, issues on theory, such as the ones I mentioned earlier, Pythagoras. So I think music theorists have a good place in the United States, in Europe. So if you want to find us, if you are a good musician, you get a scholarship abroad, then you can find a job there as a music theorist.
All right. Thanks, Nico. Here's a question for our first speaker, um, Faith. Could you give an example of risk management for smaller business? The examples you gave while eliminating are kind of high-end daw. Yung mas relatable daw.
Okay, smaller businesses in the context of finance would deal with, for example, smaller sized banks, smaller sized financial institutions. So, similar lang yung risk practice, similar lang yung expectation sa kanila in terms of having what I enumerated sa risk management framework. The difference is that smaller banks have less technical capacity to build complex models. So they have greater leeway to use simplified mathematical tools. However, that is already changing with the help of consultants. I have rural banks as my clients, and it's more of giving them the technical capacity to build those models. Second, it's very difficult in terms of smaller banks. The challenge there is their data is, for lack of a better term, magulo pa. The data systems are not yet sophisticated. So it's very difficult to build a complex model. So in terms of risk management, the approach is simpler for smaller banks. We're starting muna with really giving them the basic concepts to make them more capable of, as a consultant, of building models. And we also build simpler models for them that they can accept and understand. Did I answer the question? Yun ba yung question?
Okay. Thanks, Faith. On site, yeah, you have an kindly state your name or your course and
Hello, I'm Nick. I'm from 2BS AMD Sci. This is a question for the second speaker. This is so with math as it relates to music. I understand how it manifests for things that fit into the Western musical canon, stuff that goes into things like Shakespearean analysis. But how does math figure into things that aren't as Western, like say microtones in Indian music, or perhaps chants that aren't as musical or harmonic per se within Filipino culture? That's all.
Okay, thank you for that question. I'm very glad that you pointed out that I was actually more focused on Western music, right? So I still have to learn more about these things, but I do know, for example, when we talk of just intonation, which is I think which was something that was arrived at because Pythagorean tuning had such big ratios. They wanted to limit the ratios to smaller numbers. I think pentatonic scales are related to this, to just intonation, and definitely we find pentatonic scales from Chinese culture, right? So even if you talk about the pitches of the scales used in our Asian cultures, it's there. We These can be, and these were according to a friend of mine who's abroad now. These pentatonic scales were arrived at completely separately, right? So if we actually look, that there is a drive um, to discover our own musical cultures. In the Philippines, for example, there is at least one thinker, national artist for music, Ramon Santos, says we should not talk about music here, no. We should talk about sound experiences. I forget the exact term, no, but sound traditions, right? Um, Definitely pwedeng pag-aralan yung mga ratios in relation to that. No? Speaking of which, I haven't really given this much thought, but if you are familiar with music from the Cordilleras, there are for example, in the Salidumay, diba, they play their flat gongs, and then they have this ritual movement, dance that goes along with that, no? Merong cultural significances yun, but those are actually interlocking patterns, no? In music, you call that a hocket. But the thing is, those are interlocking patterns, and I think those are also mathematical. So actually, it's you can discuss presence things like that in um, music theory. Right? In fact, I'm not too familiar with Indian music, but I do know that there were scholars from the Philippines who wrote their dissertations on the Indian raga, for example. Uh, I don't know how the writing of that went. There's a musicology. Actually, there was a musicological tradition in which numbers were very important. So there's a lot of computation that also goes on in musicology. So that's it.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Any more on-site questions? Okay.
Hi, my name is NJ. I'm from 1ABIS, and I have a question for the person who talked about math and music. Sorry, I never let you sit there. My question is, so you mentioned that music in Western music is built to get from 1 to 5, and you just have a few diversions along the way. You get there, and I've actually noticed this when I like try to play songs from the West or try to compose songs myself. And I did notice that it's really 1 to 5 or one ends with 4 or something along those lines. And I was wondering, is there a way to divert from this pattern, or is that just the inevitable when you're composing in a Western style?
I suspect that this kind of pattern is really well entrenched in Western music. I suspect even in new music wherein people have different sets of materials that they use to compose with. So their modes, for example, they don't use major and minor scales anymore. They have expanded na their range of tones, no, to work with. Not going beyond the 12-tone series, mga ganyan. I think even then, may ganun pa ring form eh. They still go to back to a particular or point of departure, right? So I think I'm not so sure if there is. The only time magkakaroon yan is if we introduce our own cultures from, I think, Asia, for example, in the Philippines. Kasi I don't think it's like that eh. For example, yung sinasabi ko kaninang interlock na yon, they have a cue. May cue sila when to stop, but it's not the same as going back to the beginning. I think it's the same with the gamelan tradition. I'm not the expert to talk about those things. That's not my field, I admit. But I think in Asian cultures, there's something to be found. But in Western music, ganun talaga. You really start from one and you end in one. Even in new music. Yeah. A person to listen to, I'm not saying that he broke that mold. No? A person to listen to, talagang who expanded the harmonic range and the patterns, who expanded that, is Beethoven. Yeah. Kasi yun yung talagang, pero yun yung may mga alterations siya na ginawa sa mga notes para talagang biglang lalabas dun sa journey na yun. But at the same time, yun lang. So try to listen to Beethoven. But that's the epitome of Western music.
Thank you.
All right. Let's shift back to online questions, this time to Faith. Here's a question for our first speaker. The question is, you mentioned the Central Bank of Japan towards the end of your discussion on sustainable risk. How do they quantify factors related to sustainable risk, and what makes their method unique?
Okay. So firstly, I mentioned the Bank of Japan because one of the challenges in implementing sustainability risk models in the Philippines is that data is very silo or separated across financial institutions. What am I talking about? Data on the level of climate risk. So banks have already started their own assessments on the ESG risk levels of these financial institutions. And again, these are spread across. Kalat-kalat pa siya. So what they did was they incentivized data gathering, meaning the banks in Japan gave the incentive is that they lowered the interest rates.
okay, of for banks, so that banks will have an incentive to give them sustainability risk data that they hold in their systems. So in terms of the how to quantify it, I apologize, I cannot disclose what EY is doing. It's the in the Philippines, I could give a local perspective muna. They're still figuring it out. So the general guidance, yeah, that's what in risk management talaga there's still many problems to be solved. They're still figuring it out, and that's why I guess speaking as a corporate practitioner, it's an advantage when you have a global network to give you that information. So yeah, that's yeah, yun.
All right. Faith, may isa pang tanong
Okay.
for you. Sulitin ko na. Okay. So there are a lot of people here from management who are eyeing a math career. So here's a question. What are career options that are related to risk management?
Okay, so in risk management, you can work in the risk management of banks. Okay. I guess and then me, I work in the risk management on a consulting perspective. So what's the difference? Pag consulting perspective kasi, sa totoo lang, you have mas malaki yung chance mo to learn the end-to-end process and to really correspond with all levels of the organization. So I've directly worked with, for example, the monetary board and several senior management in banks. Whereas if you work for a local bank, they tend to segment the processes. So isa lang yung exposure mo. But you can do that. It's less stressful. It's harder kasi pag consulting kasi you have to build something from scratch. Banks, nabuo na yun ng consultant or nabuo na nila yung systems and you just have to run it. So, so in short, marami namang extensive yung risk management practice locally. So financial institutions, government banks, and you can do the consulting practice. Pag consulting, I would advise you to go to the Big Four or EY then. So, yun. I guess to extend lang, there wide yung financial field. For example, you can trade, you can value instruments, and depending on the complexity of the process ng bank, that will also dictate the level of your learning. So if mas simple yung processes nila, yun yung matututunan nyo. Yun yung magiging exposure nyo. So that's something to take into consideration.
All right. Thank you. Maybe we can take one more on-site question and then I'll read the last online question. Anyone from the audience would be interested to ask it? Okay.
So I'd like to ask a question for second speaker about the music. Yes. Okay, so I've been listening to as a musician, I mainly dabble in uh, playing blues music. I want to know there's a mathematical reason why the 1-4-5 progression works very well. Like I want to know if there's a mathematical reason why 12-bar blues 1-4-5 why it works very well.
Okay. Let me preface my answer by saying I'm not a blues person, although I am very interested in learning about jazz. I suspect that it's it, I don't have the 100% answer to this, but I guess it's also about consonances, right? When we talk about music and consonants, so we look at the tonic, and then we move to the dominant, which is 5, and then go back to the tonic, which is 1, right? So in order to get to 5, we have to pass through some kind of subdominant or a predominant function. Right? So we're now talking about harmonic functions. And the tonic is where you begin and then you take a journey all the way back to the tonic para dadaan ka muna sa 4 and 5. I think it's because it's satisfying. I don't know. When we talk about, I think it's about consonances kasi tonic, syempre, di ba, the octave is a consonant interval. And then we talk about the fifth, perfect fifth. Ang fourth then is a perfect interval, right? No? that's also considered a perfect interval. In a way, you can consider it an inversion of the fifth, right? No? Pero I think that's it. It's because of consonances. You don't feel stable in the other intervals. Eh. So you really have to go through 1, 4, and 5 because I think of the innate goal of finding consonants. I don't want to sound essentialist, but I suspect there is something essentialist there. Kasi people will really look for, I mean, the body is attuned to look for consonants, I think. So even if you have a Chick Corea piece, right? You know Chick Corea, right? Yeah. Chick Corea jazz artist, diba? Babalik pa rin siya talaga kung dun sa one.
Okay, thank you. The last question, Nico, is also for you. Okay, and I guess this is an appropriate question to ask in MathCon and for those taking Math 10. Music can be appreciated even without being well versed in writing it. For you, how did this knowledge of math behind the music make you appreciate your art even more?
Ganda yung tanong. How did it help me appreciate my art more? I think on a very practical level, for example, when I was talking about music analysis earlier, diba, there are patterns. There are patterns, and as a pianist, it helps me learn the piece more efficiently. It helps me learn pieces more efficiently. I haven't gone back to practicing piano yet, no? But when I do, parang mas madali nang intindihin yung pyesa. For example, if I'm studying a sonata and then I'm talking about the sonata allegro form, I know na where the development section is, where this thing will be the same and where this thing will be shifting, right? So it actually helps me like that on a very practical level. Now, as an artist, it also helps me to see that there are patterns. That there are patterns, and these are patterns that I can use in my own writing. In fact, nasabi kanina ni Jude that I have a book of poems that is now available in the LS bookstore if you want to buy. My book is available in the LS bookstore, but at the same time, there is a sense now when I'm writing poetry that I am applying skills that I'm learning in music. Yun yung one of the biggest benefits that I get. Why? Because the patterns that I see in music are the ones that I apply in my writing now. Right? It also helps you appreciate writing a bit. Like for example, matagal ko nang iniisip in the sonata allegro form, you have an exposition, you have a development section, and you have a recapitulation section. It sounds like the essay form, di ba? Thesis, body, conclusion. Right? So it's actually you begin to see pattern. I'm not ready to fully justify them now, but I see them. I see. So when I think about math now, I think about patterns and I think about order, and I actually see them in poetry, in essay writing, in many other things. So it helped me not only on a practical level when I learn pieces, right? But it also helps me just to have a sense of fascination, right? And I wanted to say something earlier. Sometimes when you enter music, we try to look for jobs. That's very true. But at the same time, most of the time, I think people enter music because they just love music, because it's so fascinating. And I'm hoping that for all of us, of course, we will look for our own lines of work later on, but I hope that you are sustained by that sense of fascination. And I think math helps us to see that.
Thank you, Nico. Again, another round of applause to our speakers. Please stay till the very end. We're going to have a group photo with the speakers while you're seated. So please stay.
Ayan, all right. It looks like this is all the time that we have left for now. So thank you again, Miss Faith and Mr. Nico, and also Dr. Jude Buot for shedding further light on your talks. Let me now call on Fran Macaraig and Patricia Tan, our MathCon project heads, to present the certificates of appreciation for our speakers. May we also invite Dr. Buot and Dr. Yap to join in the picture taking.
All right, so good morning everyone. Kumusta kayo? Hello. Hello? May kausap ba ako? Hello? At least meron. Wait lang. Can I get a yeah, yeah? Ayan. So allow me to read the citation. So, the Ateneo de Manila University and the Ateneo Mathematics Society award these certificates of appreciation to Christine Faith D. Valle and Nicolo Angelo R. Vitug for sharing their expertise as speakers in MathCon 2024 Bawaan. Given this 31st day of January 2024, signed by Patricia Angelica Tan and yours truly, the project heads of MathCon 2024 and the AMS Top 5. So we're inviting our dear speakers to join us in front for the awarding of these certificates.
Ayan, so finally to have a remembrance for this adventure, we'll have two pictures taken. So one for the left and also one for the right. So please remain in place and sport your best smile.
Now, as we activate the upgraded sensors of Baymax after observing the specialized mathematicians, we begin to understand that these sensors reflect the nature of mathematics. While this is inborn to us, it is undeniable that it's still to be honed through constant practice.
Which is why the mission is not yet completed, squad mates. Like Baymax, it is an ongoing task that you should accomplish in every opportunity that is available. After all, what are superpowers for when not enhanced and utilized properly, right, Jay?
I couldn't agree more, Lawrence. We, your sidekicks, want you to get in touch with the world, see the problems using your senses, and use your mighty powers to catalyze improvement around you.
And that concludes the talks for this morning. We hope that you learned plenty from the wide range of topics presented by our talented speakers.
But before we leave, we would like to give some final reminders. Kindly ensure that you fill up the evaluation form at the link shown on the screen, as will this complete your attendance. And that's it. Marks our MathCon morning session. Please don't forget to fill up the evaluation form flash on the screen again.
And once again, ito ang inyong fierce na mudra na alagad ng sining at matematika. I am Lawrence Viesca from 2BS Mathematics.
And again, this has been Jay, your antukin girly pero akalad ka rin bestie that has a heart for serving the community from 1BS Mathematics, your map keeper. Your psychic host for this morning session of MathCon 2024 Bawaan. Thank you for joining us and congratulations on activating the mathematical sixth sense.
We hope you found this event enjoyable and adventurous, and we hope you have a safe trip back home, dear squad mates. Thank you for coming to MathCon 2024's morning session.
devoir. Je n'ai pour personne. If you disappear, then you know the feeling, you know the feeling. If you fall apart, then you know the feeling, you know the feeling. sound of her name sends a permanent shiver down my spine. Down my keep a photograph against my heart. 'Cause in my life she plays, yes, starring part. All alcohol and cigarettes. There is no room for cheap regrets. She makes me feel so ill at ease. My heart's really on its knees, but I keep a poker face so well. Even mother couldn't tell that my baby's so vain. She's almost a mirror, and the sound of her name sends a permanent shiver down my spine. Down my spine. Oh, my baby's so vain. She's almost a mirror, and the sound of her name sends a permanent shiver down my spine. Down my spine. Down my
His windows already passed, so he's shooting at the glass, keeping guns in his locker, and he denies it like it's actually important. But he likes that shorted watch him showing up wearing black, and he knows that. His daddy's on death row, but he'll say it with his chest out. His friends moved out, he hasn't tried coke, but he's always had a problem saying now. His older brother back to valedictorian. His mother said he's screaming, he should be more like him. In my mind, I've been watching you. Couldn't find a city life, but you look so cool. Camera jacket on the corner store. That was the beat when
just a little bit, enough to make me sick of it. But I can read between the lines. I want to run from everything, but my legs won't work, it's clear to me. I haven't been much myself, and I feel like my friends are being put through this hell. Feeling I think that I'm living, if you could call it living. So brash and unforgiving, ruled by the vibe I'm bringing, serving myself. Serving myself. The timing's poor, I know it's never right. It's hard to see this time of night. Hard to know the reasons why I fucked it up again. Still I breathe a sigh. It doesn't seem so lucky now, but maybe I can figure out why I haven't been much myself, and I feel like my friends being put through this hell. Feeling I think that I'm living, if you could call it living. So brash and unforgiving, ruled by the vibe I'm bringing, serving myself. Serving myself. Wait and see, I'll be making my own way now. I'll be making my own way now to where I got to be. Wait and see, I'll be making my own way now. I'll be making my own way now to where I got to be. Wait and see, I'll be making my own way now. I'll be making my own way now to where I got to be. Wait and see, I'll be making my own way now. I'll be making my own way now to where I got to be. Serving myself.
Can we erase our history? Is it as easy as this? Plausible deniability, I swear I've never heard of it. And I can close the door on us, but the room still exists, and I know you're in it. Hours of phrases I've memorized, thousands of lines on the page, all of my notes in a desolate pile I haven't touched in an age. And I can burn the evidence, but I can't burn the pain, and I can't forget it. What does it feel to be an expert in a dying field? And how do you know it's over when you can't let go? You can't let go, you can't stop, can't rewind. Love is learned over time till you're an expert at a dying field. The city is painted with memory. The water will never run clear. The birds and the bees and the flowers and trees, they know that we've both been here. And I can flee the country for the worst of the
mixed up, and God only knows how I've messed up. And on the palm of her hand is a blister, and I need more time. And I want you to know I got my mind made up now, but I need more time. And I want
Get ready for the action! We'll be assembling in T minus 5 minutes. You're up for MathCon 2024 Bawaan, where we tap into our innate mathematical sixth sense. Time's ticking, so make sure to hit up the attendance form and secure your superhero status. We can't wait to embark on an adventure with you.
While we are waiting, we are kindly requesting everyone to occupy the seats that are close to the front, as we are still expecting some other participants in. Again, we are kindly requesting everyone to please occupy the seats closer to the front that are still vacant. Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh God, I'm clean out of air in my lungs. It's all gone. Played it so nonchalant. It's time we dance with the truth. Move along with the truth. Hey, we're sleeping through all the days. I'm acting like I don't see every ribbon you used to tie yourself to me. But my hips have missed your hips, so let's get to know the kicks. Will you sway? Ain't a pill that could touch our rush. But what will we do when we're sober? When you dream with a fever, bet you wish you could touch our rush. But what will we do when we're sober? These are the games of the weekend. We pretend that we just don't care, but we care. When we're sober, when you dream with a fever, bet you wish you could touch our rush. But what will we do when we're sober? Oh God, I'm closing my teeth around this liquor wet lime. Midnight, lose my mind. I know you're feeling it too. Can we keep up with the rules? But bodies all through my house. I know the story by heart. Jack and Jill get fucked up and possessive when it get dark. But my hips are missed your hips, so let's get to know the kicks. Will you sway with me? Go astray with me. King queen of the weekend, ain't a pill that could touch our rush. But what will we do when we're sober? When you dream with a fever, bet you wish you could touch our rush. But what will we do when we're sober? These are the games of the weekend. We pretend that we just don't care, but we care. When you dream with a fever, bet you wish you could touch our rush. But what will we do when we're sober? We feel it, daylight, we're jaded. We know that it's over in the morning. You'll be dancing with all the heartache and the treason, the fantasies of leaving. But we know that when it's over in the morning, you'll be dancing with us. Oh, dancing with us.
What's up, squad mate?
Oh, you'll be
Welcome to
dancing
the
with us.
MathCon 2024 Bawaan for our mathematical science
With
meet, the
us.
6th. I am Fran, your workaholic bookie, deep deprived, pero mahilig sa coffee from 2BSME.
And this is Margaret, na laging ready sa kahit anong activity from 3ABMEC. And we're your sidekicks
Fever
for
dream high
today.
in the quiet of the night. You know that I caught
But
it.
it would be helpful
Bad, bad.
Baymax upgrading his sensors.
Wait lang, Margaret. Who's Baymax again?
Well, Baymax is a lovable healthcare companion and one of the main characters in Disney's Big Hero 6. As a superhero, Baymax undergoes a transformation to become a formidable crime-fighting companion.
And with the changing technological landscape, Baymax told us even he needs an upgrade. Now, let's lay down the law, Big Hero 6 style.
Prepare our props, ditch the distractions, let our gadgets take a chill nap. But before we forget, kindly remember to answer the evaluation form at the end of our adventure.
Please also take note of the pigeonhole link where you could place your questions.
Now, let's officially begin the afternoon adventure by calling on Mark Rodriguez, our spiritual guide, in a moment of reflection to lead our opening prayer.
Okay. Let's keep in mind all our prayer intentions, the people who have asked for our prayers, and the people we want to pray for. Let's all remember that we are in the most holy presence of God as we do the sign of our faith. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dearest Lord, we gather here today to celebrate the nature of mathematics and how it has been a gift to each one of us in one way or another. We express our gratitude for the gift of curiosity as it enables us to take the first steps in further exploration of not just the mathematical theories and concepts, but also of the mysteries of life. Thank you for the gift of creativity and perseverance, as these make us determined and innovative in devising various solutions to different problems we encounter in life. As we commence this event, we lift up to you everything that will happen this afternoon. Grant us the grace of openness as we listen to our speakers, who will be sharing with us their expertise in their respective endeavors. May this convention serve as a guiding light in realizing that mathematics has a lot of intersections with other fields of study. May the insights we gain from the sessions fuel us in exercising our mathematical abilities for the benefit of mankind and in seeing the wonders it has brought the world. All these we humbly ask through the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Mark, for that heartwarming prayer. Since it's time for the main event, Fran, could you tell us what Baymax had in mind for his upgrade?
So we all know that Baymax, our incredible superhero robot, operates seamlessly because of his innate mathematical functions. However, this time, Baymax needs to collect sensors to enhance his mathematical sense.
I'm guessing this is where we as sidekicks come to guide our squad mates. Am I right? Did Baymax give specific instructions?
Definitely. The squad must consult with mathematicians, get the sensors from them, and then listen to their instructions on how to use them mathematically.
Sounds like a plan. Though we should warn, without Baymax accomplishing the mission, the squad would be asked to tap into their own mathematical ability as a sense. Do you think you could do that, guys?
Parang hindi pa sila G. Wait, let's ask again. Do you think you could do that, guys? Yeah, that sounds much better.
All right. Then make way for our commander, Dr. Ray Yap, to introduce to us our first mathematician consultant. The floor is yours, Dr. Yap.
Good afternoon. Before I start, maybe can I request some of you to actually move forward para it's a good crowd, but you also want you to be more forward. Kailangan bang magturo? People on the left side, there's more spaces here on the left. Just move forward before we start. Can our ushers also help in ushering them forward? Walang dance number, promise. It's just nicer to have people in the front, especially if you have speakers. Thank you so much. So welcome to the second half of the semester's MathCon. Before I introduce our speakers, maybe just a brief introduction to the theme of MathCon. Thank you. If you were here this morning, you would already know that our theme this semester is Math is a Sense. Let me expound a little again for those joining us this afternoon. To be quite frank, the first time I heard this statement, Math is a Sense, I didn't get it. It didn't make sense. So no pun intended. But upon watching the professor, I think it was TEDx talk from which this phrase was lifted, it finally did make sense. Because isn't it true that we all tend to gravitate towards patterns, the comfort of patterns? And by now, you should all know from Keith Devlin that math is a science of patterns. Even when we rebel and deviate from rhythmic patterns, isn't that still a product of our recognition of patterns? And patterns, as we said, is in fact also mathematics. Prof. Eddie Wu believes that we are all capable of doing mathematics. It's an innate ability similar to our sense of sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Through constant practice and utilization, we can heighten and hone this sense, and if so, it will allow us to sense the world in a different way. We thank our speakers. In the morning, we had Faith and Nico, and this afternoon speakers, Mel and Vika, for giving us a glimpse of how they use this sense in their work. May it also allow your students to see that we aren't just overhiding math at all. So it actually makes sense, and it is in fact very useful. Thank you to the Math AMS Neo Mathematics Society for organizing with us again. Sana huwag kayo magsawa. And to everyone in Leong Hall, also the ones who are joining us online, sit back, relax, and enjoy the Saturday talks. So let's go on ahead to our first speaker. Our first speaker, Mel, I've known her since high school, and that was a long time ago. We were part of the same freshman class, and back then she was already a mover, I would say. Someone who had so many ideas, who always effectively also and gently rallied everyone to actually do them. So not just someone who thought about stuff, but actually did them. Care for the environment is already one of her advocacies then. After high school, she studied MBB at Iliman and finished her master in environmental management in Ateneo. Currently, Mel is the founder and head of EnvironLead, an integrative environmental research group that has been involved in a wide range of cross-cutting intersectional projects from waste management, climate change, urbanization, and environmental education and philosophy. But she has also lent her talents towards organizations to provide workshops on Philippine indigenous culture, Philippine history, human rights, and democracy. Once a bio teacher, perhaps among her proudest achievements is seeing her former students become accomplished doctors, scientists, engineers, architects, artists, and civic leaders. Please help me welcome Melissa May Cardenas to share with us her take on the math environmental footprints.
Magandang hapon. Salamat, batchmate Ray. Ang mga batchmate namin nasa mga positions of administrative work na. Yung isang batchmate namin, Vice Chancellor ng UP Diliman. Hi, Vice Chancellor. Okay, sige. Ang talk ko today ay tungkol sa environmental footprints. Taas ang kamay sa mga nakapunta na ng Boracay. Most of us, I guess. Taas ang kamay ng mga nakapunta sa Boracay over the last 5 years, yung medyo recent. Taas ang kamay yung mga pumunta sa Boracay after the pandemic. Very, very recent. Okay. Si Ma'am Rica. Ma'am, meron po ba kayong naalalang binayaran aside from pamasahe, hotel, and everything? When you enter Boracay, Sir Jude, there was an environmental fee. How much? Do you remember? How much was it? Sumbata. Sa ibang places may environmental fee. Like if you go to Sagada, there's also an environmental fee, guide fee, ganyan. After the pandemic, 2020, tinaas nila yung presyo. So, 150 pesos na. Dati 75. Okay. So, this is the tourism statistics from 2022 comparing it to 2023, no? Medyo nagkaroon ng weird, in-update ko lang yung numbers na yan, so it doesn't look well. But essentially, there were more than 2 million tourists in 2023. 2 million tourists for the entire year of 2023. Ngayon, kung meron tayo, ayan yung math, kung meron tayong iba't ibang klaseng environmental fees, no? So, kung OFW, senior citizen ka or student ka, medyo discounted, 120 pesos. Kung domestic, tourist ka na hindi ka tiga Aklan, 150. Sir Jude, no? Tama? Tapos kung foreigner ka, doble, 300 pesos. So if you multiply the statistics of how many per category of tourists, you were able to, in theory, collect 380 million pesos in 2023. Tama? Math makes sense. Okay. Saan pupunta yon? Partly sa municipal tourism projects, About 25% of that. It depends, no? If you enter via Katiklan, may portion doon na pupunta sa province of Aklan. So, ganyan. But if you enter through the more domestic jetties, diretso, pupunta sa Municipal Solid Waste Management Fund, 75% to 85% of that. So, may pera. Para saan ang environmental fee? Para sa environment. Ganun, di ba? So, pumupunta siya sa isang solid waste management fund. Ito ay isang pondo na naisa batas na dapat ang bawat town or city merong pondo for environmental management, particularly of the trash. Okay? There are other sources of this solid waste management fund. For the municipality of Malay, a portion of the environmental admission fee goes to this solid waste management fund. Tapos, pwede ring pagkuhanan yung mga service fees nila from garbage collections, savings derived from the implementation of solid waste management programs, and the incomes and sales, as well as loans. No? Yung mga loans from national government or even foreign assisted funds. Para saan ito? Para sa cost ng municipal waste collection. Para sa pagtayo ng material recovery facilities. That's where you gather your recyclables together for trade. It's also to be able to operate properly, create, operate, and maintain your sanitary landfill for information education campaigns and for livelihood development related to solid waste management. Okay? So, meron pinagkukunan, meron ding paglalaanan. Okay. Now, the tale of the traveling tourist trash. Okay. Boracay Island is part of the larger municipality of Malay. You could see the highlighted portion there. So Boracay Island is part of the municipality of Malay. And assuming that you live in the farthest part of Boracay Island, where does your trash go? Okay. The sanitary landfill of Malay that services Boracay is in an upland portion of Malay. Sa malayo. Beyond the airport, beyond the Katiklan jetty port, beyond all of that, I've been there. Okay. Ayon sa Google Maps, this is an estimation, no? If coming from that point down to up to Malay Sanitary Landfill, it's about 22 kilometers. And it will take at least an hour and 15 minutes. In theory, if you have a car and if the car immediately is able to board the ferry to cross the sea. Okay. So, magkano? What is the cost of collection of your trash and bringing it to the sanitary landfill? Any idea? What are the factors that contribute to that cost for which we will use our environmental fund and municipal solid waste management fund? Several factors, no? Siyempre, yung layo, yung dami ng truck na pupunta sa sanitary landfill mo, at kung gaano kalaki, what is the capacity of that truck in cubic meters? Also, how bulky is your trash? How compact is your trash? Is it mostly plastic? Na if you compact it further, it will become more dense? Is it already compacted in the first place? Or if it's just loose trash, and then it will basically occupy more volume per truck, which means that you have to make more trips of the truck to get this bulky kind of trash. Yeah, if it's, a takeout cup from your favorite coffee place, bulky na agad yan. Diba? Fuel type, diesel, mostly diesel yon. And of course, trucks, fuel efficiency. Okay. And then magkano yung fuel per liter. Diba? Tapos ilang balik yung truck na yun. One way, papunta, puno ng trash. Pabalik, anong laman? Pwede ba maglagay ng food doon sa loob? Hindi. Diba? So empty yung truck pabalik. Pero twice yung babayaran niyang fuel cost. At yung dami ng taong maghahakot. At yung sweldo ng mga tao naghahakot. Diba? Etc. Etc. Barge pa. Yung barge pa, tatawid pa yan ng dagat. No? Among others. Okay. Ano ba ang itsura ng Malay Sanitary Landfill? When I was there, it was, before the pandemic, it was 2019. They were creating a better landfill of it. They were making it into an engineered sanitary landfill, meaning that they would have to have PVC lining to protect the aquifer below. So sa bundok ito, and that's what it looks like. The capacity is it's 22.7 tons per day, and the rate of the capacity is 108,000 cubic meters, and they usually get 22.7 tons per day. That's the rate of waste input that's coming in. So, how long will your sanitary landfill last, given these? And what is it dependent on? Of course, how many kilos is generated by per every tourist or every resident in Boracay? And then how much what is the size of the population that is being served by the Malay sanitary landfill? The sanitary landfill only gets trash from Malay municipality. Unlike in Metro Manila, our landfill is in Rizal. No? So Rizal province, thank you, receives Metro Manila's trash, most of it. But for here, it's dedicated specifically to the municipality of Malay. And then again, the trash bulk density, and then the input rate and total capacity. Ano ba ang waste generation rate? It is the amount of waste generated per person per day. Okay, any estimate? O sige, taas lang kamay. Who among you think that per day, including your food waste, including like the banana peels and all of that, per day, for you, how much waste do you generate a day? Think about it. 1 kilo? Taas ang kamay. Do you think it's 1 kilo per person per day? For you. 7.75 kilo. 3/4 of a kilo. No? Okay, maybe. Yeah. Half a kilo. 0.25, 1/4 of a kilo. You have no idea. Taas ang kamay, no, have no idea. No idea. Okay. Sige, tingnan natin yan mamaya. I have figures. But basically, this is a number that is officially part of what we call a waste analysis and characterization study. Government workers usually go to households and collect trash of the household over several days. And they do sampling. Of course, you won't go to all the households in Quezon City, for instance, no? You will get samples from certain barangays, randomized samples, but it's based on a mathematical statistical formula that you have to comply it in the law. So dapat uniform yung methodology natin in creating this data on waste generation rates. Okay, so we made a manual out of that. Okay, ayan yung question ko kanina. Ito yung medyo summary across the Philippines per region. So all of the solid waste management data that we had, we carefully plotted it and based it on regional averages. Some of the numbers that are a bit faded means that we're not so confident with those numbers because only 1 or 2 provinces provided data. But the darker red ones are the numbers that we are a bit more confident in. Saan ang NCR? Anong rate natin? 0.68 kilograms per person per day. Okay. In some cities, mas mataas. Minsan mga 1 kilo. In some cities, mas mababa. Tingnan natin kung saan yung Malay. Okay, Region 6. Nasa 0.34. Which I think, yeah, most of the Philippines, na yung mga regional centers, 0.34. Tingnan nyo ang Metro Cebu, 0.41. Metro Davao, 0.48. So yung mga 0.51 sa northern Mindanao. No? So the urbanized areas of the Philippines tend to have a higher waste generation rate. Okay, but what is the waste generation rate in Boracay? This is in 2018 data. Okay. Here, you'd have the entire municipality of Malay. Here is when Boracay Island was open to tourists. Because you remember, there was a time that we closed Boracay from tourists to clean up Boracay. And this was when Boracay Island was closed. Yung residents lang yun nandun. At sila lang yung nag-generate ng waste. Tinan nyo. So this is in metric tons, so thousands now. Okay. When Boracay Island was open, each person, including tourists and residents, was generating 1.46 kilograms per day, way, way higher than the national average of, well, sa Metro Manila, 0.68, no? But when it was closed, it was just 0.3 kilograms per day, closer to what Malay municipality and Region 6 averages were, 0.34, 0.3. Factor of how many? Difference. 0.3, almost 1.5. Almost 5 times, no? Okay. Ano yung itsura sa national numbers natin, no? Waste generation statistics, 23 million metric tons in 2023, with a collection efficiency of about 40% to 85%. So minsan hindi pa nga nakokolekta, no? May mga areas in the Philippines na 40% lang nakokolektang waste. And then, per capita, per person, the waste generation rate is 0.32 to about 1 kilogram per day. That's the highest. And yet Boracay, when it was open to tourists, was exceeding that. Okay. So the beach crowd contributed 5 times more than the usual. This was based on the study by DOST done before and after the pandemic. Bakit? Actually, almost two-thirds of Malay municipality's population resides in Boracay, an island of about 10 square kilometers only. So there are a lot of residents, there's a lot of tourists, and then that would be the population density per kilometer during tourist season. So masikip. So what factors affect waste generation rates? Of course, demographic data, demographic trends, geography, the level of urbanization, and whether it's coastal or upland. Economics, if you have more money to spend, you have more waste to generate. And what do you think? There are other factors. This is something that you could think about later in your reflection. So tiningnan namin yung waste generation rates across solid waste management plants in about 650 municipalities and cities in the Philippines. And we did some kind of mapping. So sa x-axis ay dami ng tao bawat square kilometer, population density. Sa y-axis ay daily waste generation rate in kilogram per day. Okay. So, ano yung pattern natin dito? Mostly, pag mas dense yung population, medyo tumataas-taas ng konti yung waste generation rate. So these are mostly Metro Manila cities. And then clumping together would be other cities, other highly urbanized cities in the Philippines, Angeles, Baguio, Cebu, Davao. Over there is Davao kasi napakalawak ng Davao, hindi ganun kadaming tao. So less population density. And then notice the municipality of Malay at 1.46 kilogram per person day with this much population density only. If you just consider Boracay, tataas yung population density na ng konti, but the waste generation rate is still as like that, 1.46. But if it's closed, it goes down 5 times to 0.3. So, medyo mahirap ma-determine yung clumping dito, no? Kasi hindi tayo naka-logarithmic scale. So, ginawa namin in the 650 data sets, trinay namin i-logarithmic scale. Medyo may pattern. Medyo lang. Hindi ganun ka-strong. Pero may pattern. Ang mas na-notice namin na pattern ay urbanization. So, again, we plotted in the x-axis would be the urbanization level. This is actually official, more or less, urbanization levels based on Philippine statistics. And then, the waste generation rate. Pinakadulo, Paranaque City, yung 1 kilogram per person day. Pero mas mataas pa rin ng Malay, 1.46. Okay, and then actually, if we plot it, sa yung weighted average along, I think that's, yeah, if we plot the weighted average, mataas ang correlation niya. At around 75% urbanization rate, there's a tendency for the weight generation rates to be at least half a kilo per day. So steady na siya, biglang aakyat siya pag naging urbanized lalo ang iyong lugar. So cities generate more trash. And then also in terms of gross domestic product, you know, how progressive or economically active your area is, we actually have data, national statistics data, on the GDP per region. So what we did is we got the weighted average of the waste generation rates of each region in the Philippines and then plotted it. Ang taas ng correlation, 0.84. That does not show up in social data sets usually. Mataas ang correlation yan. So, plotting the regional WGR averages against the GDP on a logarithmic scale shows a strong correlation. Okay, we also was looking at data. This is from World Bank. No, they have a report called What a Waste in 2018. What a Waste .2 na yon, second edition na yon. And they classified economic countries and economic entities across the world according to more or less income levels. No? And this is what they found out. So they classified it according to low income, lower middle income, upper middle income, and high income. Philippines would be part ng lower middle income. X-axis is the type of income level, and then you'd have projections from 2016 up to 2050, and then how much waste was generated in terms of tons per year. Ano mahalata natin sa graph? Ano masasabi natin? Sino yung increasing? All of them are increasing, yeah. And then among the income types, which group generates the most waste? Yes, lower middle income. Tayo, yung grupo natin, di ba? However, looking at per capita, if you divide that according to the number of people, you know, the population of each group, which group generates the highest per person? High income. So people who live in high income countries actually generate more waste. And their waste type is more gearing away from biodegradables, but rather towards packaging, plastic. Okay, World Bank also looked at the composition globally of what our waste is. Globally, around 44% is biodegradable and green. Significantly, paper and cardboard are 17%, and plastic is 12%, and other types also a significant portion at 14%. Ano itsura sa Pilipinas? This is the regional data. So you can look at global, global, East Asia and the Pacific, Pilipinas, and then per region. Again, kulang yung data sa Mimaropa, kaya hindi mo na namin, well, nilagay pa rin namin sa graph, pero just so you know, it's not that they don't generate waste, it's just that kulang yung data. Okay. Anong nahahalata ninyo in terms of biodegradable? Sino yung regions na mataas ang biodegradable waste? Yes, yung mga Soxargen, for instance, Cagayan Valley, agricultural areas. Sino ang mataas sa recyclables? Medyo yung mga syudad, yung mga urbanized Calabarzon, NCR. And then residuals, ito yung mga latak, ito yung mga hindi na mapaggagamitan. Mataas ang NCR pa rin, mataas ang Central Visayas. Bakit kaya mataas ang Central Visayas? You know, when you say recyclable, it's two things. It has to be materially recyclable, but it also has to make its way to a recycling center. Isang bote, a glass bottle in Metro Manila, has more chances of being recycled than a glass bottle in Mindanao because the recyclers are in Luzon. A PET bottle in Mindanao often ends up in the rivers because the trade from the junk shops in Mindanao to the junk shops in Metro Manila to the junk shops and recyclers in China is farther. So during the pandemic, there was a cut in that trade. And China also is, closing its doors to recyclable plastic from other countries. So where does it end up? Maybe later we'll find out. So we also looked at funding. Okay. We also looked at funding. Ito yung connection kanina nung magkano yung binabayad nyo. Is the environmental fee enough na binabayad nyo sa Boracay? The cost of collection is about $82 per ton in current prices for the Philippines. And surprisingly, it's more expensive to manage waste in rural areas. Why? Because the distance to the sanitary landfill is farther. So konti na nga lang yung pera nila, mas magastos pa mag solid waste management. So yan yung pinupuntahan ng ating plastic waste. And actually, we had a very controversial article, this study back in 2015 by Jambeck et al., which identified the Philippines as the top 3. Number 3 tayo. Bakit? Because it is a mathematical model. It's not really, they didn't really count the number of plastic waste. But based on a mathematical model, which is a function of coastal population, which is a function of coastline. Diba? Haba ng Pilipinas. We have the 3rd longest coastline in the world, next to Indonesia and China. The population living along that coastline, the amount of waste generated by that population, the percentage which is plastic waste, and then the percentage of mismanaged waste, 83%. Philippines, mismanaged waste. Totoo kaya yun? So, syempre, umalma ang gobyerno natin, di ba? Talaga ba, 83%? But anyway, based on this mathematical model and these assumptions, nasa number 3 tayo. And then, it was also followed by a 2021 study by Meyer et al., wherein they had a mathematical model looking at the contribution of rivers. How much plastic from the rivers empties into the ocean? Number 1 tayo. But why? Tinignan nila yung Tulyahan, Marilao, may Kawayan River, and the Pasig River, and the contributions of that. So again, these are models which have to be validated in real life. But mathematics-wise, it's an easy way to determine what are the hotspots in the world. Where should we give more time to in terms of funding for plastic waste management across the world? And finally, at least there's hope now. We already have the National Plan of Action on Marine marine litter. And I was part of a study called the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiative. We helped 6 cities formulate their city-based plans of action on marine litter. We also created learning kits on marine litter. So that sort of summarizes my talk. I know it's sort of a depressing thing. Parang wow, number 1, number 3 in Pilipinas. Yeah, go Philippines. But actually, it's opportunity for you to find where you could work and find this passion that you will have. And I hope that your time here in Ateneo will also help you find ways of how to think how you can contribute and also encourage others to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. Definitely a thought-provoking talk. Um, Helps us think about also our own waste management processes. So, and I've probably also seen how math has helped us see the bigger picture. Probably I'll start at home. So, ano nga ba yung, how do you also manage your waste at home? Mga cups and spoons. So I'm sure you have questions, but we can leave questions after the second speaker, so we can have questions both the first and second speaker. So let's move on to the second speaker. In contrast to our first speaker, I only met Rika, our second speaker, this afternoon, middle of last year. During our mathematics department R&R, she welcomed us and toured us in their family home in the province, where we had our lunch stop. Being a home of a family of artists, it was a grand and interesting tour, made more colorful by Rika's public personality. The weather was awful then. It was like raining so hard for an R&R. But the rain could not dampen her energy. At one point, a fellow teacher, Jumela Sarmiento, chided her to give a talk for the department. And she said, sure, which brings us to today. Rika is an award-winning writer, an editor, columnist, bookseller, and publisher. She has an MA in English Literature from Ateneo, a PhD in English Studies Creative Writing at the UP. Rika has been teaching with the English department for more than the number of years that I've known Nell, but she has also taught with the departments of Fine Arts, IS, and Theology. In the past, she has served as Executive Director of the Ateneo Library of Women's Writings, or ALU, and Director of the University Communication and Public Relations Office. Currently, she's the Director of the Ateneo University Press at Bellarmine Building. Talented and well-trusted to lead. What she just wants us to know about her is that Rika reads and writes, and Rika writes and reads. Please help me welcome our last speaker, Rika Bolipada Santos. She shares with us how mathematics represents.
Are you awake? Okay. Thank you so much, Ray, for that introduction. Ito medyo may class participation, medyo may dance number. So, get ready. I'm very glad to be with all of you today. I've done many talks in Leong Hall, and I was telling Doc Ray that after the pandemic, it's a little bit overwhelming to be back here. I've done many talks in my career using the many hats I wear, but to be invited in a MathCon seems to be the highlight of my career. Because I never imagined me who failed Math 11 and Math 12 would ever be invited to speak in a MathCon. But in the 72 hours I prepared, it was really very fulfilling because it forced me to think about my life and my relationship with math and my relationship with how I've underestimated how much I use science and math in my so-called award-winning career. I want this though to be a conversation, so I'm not you're going to have to join me, but join me in a fun way. So this is what I want you to do. Are you ready? Yung
mga math teachers lang ang buhay na buhay. Are you ready? Okay, okay. Pagbibigyan ko kayo. If you hear something that you can identify with, if you hear something that sounds familiar to you, I just want you to give a small clap. Parang are Athenian shy? Totoo ba yan? So, if it's familiar, especially an idea which you have thought of but have not shared but suspect to be true, yun yung mga masasarap na idea sa'yo. Naisip nyo na, but it's the first time you've heard it. I want you to clap. So, let's practice. I'm gonna give an idea. If you agree, you clap. Game? Game? Okay. Talagang siesta time. Okay. K-pop will save the world. O, di ba? Okay. Gusto ko yan. Buhay na buhay. Ito, example 2. A soulmate isn't always something romantic. Yo! Oh! Oh! Hindi pa tapos yung statement. Okay. A parrot or a dog can be a soulmate. Okay. Margot Robbie should have been nominated for an Oscar. Okay. I love math. Oh, very good. Okay. So, this way I won't feel so alone because I'm slightly frightened. And it will be a good guide for you to think about the things I will be asking you to think about. And of course, I have a clicker and I don't know how to use it. Okay, this is my Lola mode. Oh my gosh, is this the arrow? No, it's not. Okay. I only have 20 minutes, so I'm gonna dive right in. Let me begin by sharing, by the way, no pictures were harmed in the making of this presentation. All of these pictures are my pictures. Just to show you my eye, thank you so much for those claps. Just to show you my eye for the way I create visual settings. Okay. Let me begin by sharing a very important secret about the universe. You might know this already. You might know this but have forgotten it. Or you might not know this at all. Any which way, starting today, you cannot unknow it. Here's the secret. Everything is connected. Parang yung front row lang. Everything is connected. Let me say it again. Everything is connected. There is a thread that runs above our heads, below our feet. A beautiful line that encircles us and keeps us close to each other, which is why even a war from far away is something we can feel in our bones. Gravity keeps us all together. But when we take a look at the picture when we're slightly more grown up, instantly our eyes demarcate space, divide elements, group things that are the same to differentiate. It is innate in us to count, innate in us to divide, and innate in us to compare and contrast. But these days, I can see more. I can see beyond subdivision or demarcation. I can see unity in the way the colors change as I go from left to right in the picture, or in the way the water glistens as the light hits it. I can see this picture globally. I understand that the colors do not stand on their own, but change depending on the way the sun moves or the way the clouds dance. We take for granted what and how we see and forget that these things are things we can enlarge and deepen and improve in the face of phenomenon. What you see and how you see and how much, a math word, you see is part of one's artistry and definitely part of mine. Above all, an artist must be able to see beyond the physical world. Thank you. Perspective widens, increases, and decreases by how many ways you can see what is in front of you. I suspect that people who love things deeply see things deeply too. Ako yung nakasirto. This is my very musical family. Bolipatas are ridiculous people. But all of us are artists. So I have a violinist brother, a cellist brother, a painter sister. The sculptures you see around the La Costa are by the animals, the bears, the elephants. Those are by my sister, who is the girl sitting on the swing. So that's the kind of family I try to run away from. Okay. Walang nag-clap. Thank you for trying to stay in your families. I certainly knew this to be true, the secret that everything is connected as a young child. Before formal education, I feel like I saw this interconnectedness much, much more. It was not impossible to see a seed on the garden floor and believe it held a kingdom with a princess inside. My favorite thing in the world at this age in this picture was trying to stay up all night in order to catch a mango seed sprout. The wonder and disbelief in my heart awakened at the truth that as I slept, the mango was busy. My hypothesis was if my eyes were open enough, I would see it jump out of the soil. This is not the scientific method. How to explain that when my mother spoke of how things grow and used that sexy word, photosynthesis, it felt as if my heart would burst from the knowledge. My older siblings would teach me how to read notes from their musical pieces, the heads of full notes and quarter notes easily comprehensible to me at such a young age. Oh, how I loved the number three. If you drew its mirror image, it would become a butterfly. There was no incongruity, no disconnectedness, no fear, and no opposing forces. There was no divide between imagination and reality, and so I lived in a very rich world. But something about growing up, whether it is school, formal education, maybe terror teachers, aray, who didn't encourage my way of seeing or plain adulting as they say, that life begins to look fragmented. We begin to look at the world as subjects and separate disciplines. And we learn them apart from each other. So that from 8 to 9, we had English class, and 9 to 10, we had math class, and then we had PE, and then we had science before dismissal. I took this as conflict. Time and learning were measured and apart, and my artist self knew that my work was different now. And my work would become how to make something timeless in a time-bound world. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Pati ako natakot. Okay, sorry. Okay, I lost. Oh my God. Oh my God. Do not look. Okay, relax. Thank you for the claps for that. Okay. I graduated with a degree in humanities batch. Secret. Okay. This organic sense of the world disappeared as I grew older. And I discovered that strange word stupid because I couldn't understand things. In college, ito na yung mga trauma ko, na alam naman ni Ray. In college, we were all asked to take a math departmental exam. I want to hear claps. And it was a series of word problems that tired my soul. If person A leaves his house at 6 a.m., traveling at 65 kph, and person B leaves his house at 7 a.m., traveling at 80 kph, at what time will person B overtake person A? Di ba nakakapagod yung question? I sat there completely stumped and angry. And in a fit of pure hubris, I wrote on my paper, what I want to know is why person B wants to overtake person A. And then I walked out of the exam and obviously failed the exam. I was sent to Math 1. Oh my gosh. And when I got to Math 11, I failed it. And when I got to Math 12, I got a D, which meant I could never be an honor student. These searches for X and Y eluded me. Yung X na totoong tao, mas kaya ko pa yun. Not just the how, walang nag-clap. Not just the how, but also the why. I couldn't yet see that knowing these things would eventually be helpful in what would become my place in the world. As a storyteller, as a crafter of the world, as an archivist of history, as a shaper of the word. Back to this picture. This is my hometown, Zambales, where the environmental fee is 20 pesos. And I feel very bad that I try to dodge the people of the... Never mind, I'm all alone. And these are the famous Pundakit Mountains. If you've ever been to Zambales, we are famous for Anawangan, Capones. No claps, okay. So this is Zambales, which is around 5 hours away, where I live half of the week. Now, there are many different ways of expressing these mountains. For example, I can write it this way. The numbers are interesting. In fact, I could say they are beautiful and mysterious, dare I say. even poetic. What are these lines? Galing ninyo. Right? Longitudes and latitudes measure dimension in space. They divide the Earth as if one were measuring an apple. This is in the discipline, I'm guessing, of geography and geometry. Yet you could express the mountains in many different ways. My grandfather, a violinist and composer, signed all of his works as Ramon Bondaki, as an ode to the mountains. He wrote one piece, Bantay Bagang, honoring the mountain, a haunting piece very low in range, as if to try to approximate the lowness of the mountains in attempt to capture that same space. I wrote about this mountain with this line in a poem. Are you ready to read it? Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. What is that figure of speech? Very good. Bigyan ng +10, right? The repetition of the S sound. There is something about seeing you in sunlight that stops me. I lost it because I said it. I wanted to assert that in measuring dimension, it should also include the way the object arrives to the seer. That invisible space when light travels before one sees anything can also be measured through the magic of words. This kind of measuring done in math, you can also see in poetry. It can be used as synecdoche, where we believe that one figure can speak for the whole. Is the entire mountain in the longitude and the latitude? It is one dimension of the mountain. In fiction, this is called wordling. You know, when your characters need to actually live in time and space, so you need to put them in a room, and that room has to have dimensions so that your characters can move with logic and reason. It's the mise en scene in painting when limited square footage expands because of perspective. In music, it's the beats of each note, the change in the landscape of your heart when you add an extra beat. Every art form needs a demarcation of space, and I use an equal sign with intent. What happens when the tables are turned? Hala, are you still with me? Woohoo, hello, almost there. What happens when the tables are turned and I get students in my poetry classes who cannot measure life in literature? Do you like literature? Yeah. People struggle or they hate or cannot comprehend what we do in my class. In the sciences, no two things can occupy the same space. Ito na, I'm sure someone's gonna clap. In literature, love and hate can occupy the same space. Happy Valentine's to you all, right? In math, 1 + 1 always equals? Parang hindi kayo sure. In literature, motivation and action don't always add up. So there we are not equal all the time in literature. So there we are in the classroom investigating the deepest mysteries as mysteries, not as things to be solved or to be found, but to swim in mystery and not drown. And not everyone understands the point. How do I help my students understand? This is what I say. Hindi siya mahirap, hindi mo lang kilala. Wow, nagulat ako na may mga nag-clap. Kilala, to know, kakilala, kilalang kilala. Yes, even in an English class, Filipino sometimes works better. And maybe you who are struggling with math can use this too. It isn't so much that it is hard, it is only that your vocabulary needs to widen. Which brings me to the second secret in the universe I want to share with you. And this secret will help you conquer that fragmentation in your head. Allow for the possibility that the discipline of mathematics can enrich whatever discipline you have chosen as your degree. Let's read it together, and here is the secret. We build a home in the universe using language, and as math is a language, so is science, and so is literature, and so is PE. Everything is created as a world of sign and symbol, and everything is vocabulary. The world is undergirded by this truth. How rich is your vocabulary? How much you see must appear in your vocabulary. For things that are measurable and finite, there are words for these. For things that lie on the other side, infinity, love, death, mystery, there are words for these too. If you understand that everything is language and everything becomes a tool, just like a hammer or a nail or a saw or an axe. But keep in mind, this is the hardest thought for the day. Are you with me? Keep in mind that language, as it achieves, also fails. In all disciplines, we bump into the limits of language, and much of the difficulty we experience is accepting that truth. Does the infinity sign make you feel infinity? Does the heart-shaped piece of bread in the restaurant make you feel love? Right? All languages try, but ultimately fail. But imagine being a person who uses both scientific and poetic imagery. The more you know language, the more you know that this river of language is shared by all disciplines. We simply measure the world in mystery by the languages we can speak. Poetry in its most basic heart is metaphor or the equal sign, which is the same. The words line, property, action, angle, weight, size, length, breadth, depth, and height are the same words we use in literature. Well, I think I made a mistake. Bear with me. This is a Valentine story, okay? Do you know Elizabeth Barrett Browning? Very good. Her husband, the famous poet Robert Browning, asked her, "How much do you love me?" And her response was to write a poem which begins with a line, "How do I love thee? Let me count the ways." Why does anybody need to count? Because counting allows us to fondle the specifics for abstract ideas. To be able to fondle specifics is the word of every creator and every artist. Do I have FA people here or English lit majors here? If you are musicians here, thank you so much. Co-conspirators in the world, right? If you want to be abstract, you have to be specific about the world. What is a zero? I'm attempting to be a math teacher. What is a zero? A zero, according to, this is not Wikipedia, I'm proud to say. Zero is no quantity or number, and circle is, a circle is a round shaped figure that has no corners or edges. Using these two secrets, everything is connected and everything is language. Because even in the beginning was the word. And in the beginning, the world was made in 7 days. And in the beginning of the world was the word. How does the mystic poet Rumi use the idea of a zero circle in his book? I'll give you 30 seconds to read that. So let us rather not be sure of anything besides ourselves, and only that so miraculous beings come running to help. Grace lying in a zero circle, youth. We shall be saying finally with tremendous eloquence, lead us. When we have totally surrendered to that beauty, we shall be a mighty kindness. Naintindihan niyo yon? Hindi, di ba? Ang hirap, right? Rumi uses zero circle as a shape a person can take to signify his desperation that he has led to a kind of hyperbole, crazed and lying, mute, unsure of anything. Rumi asks, what might happen if you lie in the zero circle of surrender, in a number that does not count? He says this muteness will become eloquence, right away a paradox. This craziness will become beauty, right away an irony. The surrender will achieve kindness, right away a seeming impossibility. Zeros and circles are fundamental in math. Even I know this. To read this poem, I must be able to enter the beyond zero and circle as literal things. I must begin to see them as nouns and adjectives. In a poem, the literal becomes figurative and meaning changes. As a reader of two languages, I will see things differently. You will be able to enter many dimensions. Sneak peek, what's another dimension? The scariest one, experience. But that's for another session. Let me end, wow, Max. Relax na relaxed. Let me end on an even number slide. Because one of the funny things about lit, no, if a poem ends on an odd numbered line, chances are the poem is beaten. But paragraphs, papers that end on an even number are often more complete. That's a mathematical secret. So let me end on slide 14 because it's an even number. Has math made me a better artist? I am tickled to say, after all my trauma, yes. I still don't want to know why he wants to overtake person A, but I continue to use math. All art is an attempt to corral or understand or master chaos. And listen to me, in the world of chaos, the world offers a way out of the chaos. And this command is to simply count. As long as you can count yourself, you can never be lost. Thank you, Rika. Can we again give our two speakers a round of applause for their wonderful, wonderful talks? We'll have a Q&A, but before that, I'll just let them give the instructions for that.
Again, thank you, Miss Melissa Cardenas and Dr. Rica Bolipata Santos, for sharpening our minds with your talks on math's amazing presence in environmental footprints, literature, and the arts, as well as Dr. Yap for introducing our keynote speakers. On a personal note, we really should manage our waste properly. It is only on today's talk that I learned we're producing around 0.68 kilograms of waste every day. What do you think about that, Fran?
Something that really like resonated with me from Ms. Cardenas' talk was really at the end of the day, behind all of these numbers, it's a real world issue, and it's something that we have to respond to. And with regards to Dr. Bolipata Santos' talk, something that really resonated with me naman was at the end when she mentioned everything is language, and just like math. Parang, yes, it's parang kind of skewed to a certain group of people, but it's the way they also understand each other. It's kind of powerful. It's also parang rather unique in a way as well.
Yeah, that's right. Everything is connected and everything is a language. Now, moving on to our next portion.
That's right. Undoubtedly, everybody else here has their questions that they would like to clear. So this is now part of our adventure as superheroes to deal with the uncertainty of the unknown and new powers.
But fret not, squad mates. This is normal even while taking an action-packed mission like yours. We now ask you to scan the code or go to the pigeonhole link flash on the screen. Your entry shall grant you the ability to communicate your doubts and questions so you will be more enlightened on how to tap your mathematical skills to upgrade Baymax. You may also speak in the mic station on the stairs if you feel like doing so.
All right, so again, the floor is now open for questions. We are just experiencing some technical difficulties with our pigeonholing. So for now, we would appreciate some on-site questions. We'd also like to invite our speakers, Ms. Melissa Cardenas and Dr. Rica Bolipata Santos, to join us on stage for our Q&A. We also request our math department to facilitate this Q&A. So you can also access again our Pigeonhole link via the QR code or link on screen. It is now open. So if you are feeling a little shy, if you don't want to approach our mics here in our venue, then feel free to leave your questions in the Pigeonhole link and we will be reading them for you.
So much. Are there any on-site questions? Or Go ahead. Either there are mics on the sides. Please don't be shy. Please state your name and course.
Gabby Herrera, Management of Applied Chemistry. This is a question related to the statistic that showed the high amounts of plastic waste in the Philippines. Could it be possible that it might have been an error in computation or something similar, since I don't think it's very likely that that a nation of only 100 million people would consume that much waste compared to nations with higher populations.
Thanks, Gabby, no? Gabby, yeah. Are you talking about the Jambec study or the 2015? Yeah. Okay. So, in terms of population, talaga, so we have 120 billion people. No? But a lot of us live along the coastline. Okay, so one of the factors that they used in the model is that you compute the length of the coastline itself, and the Philippine coastline, total coastline, is the third longest in the world. So factor in that the population living along that coastline, we have a significant portion of our population contributing to likely plastic leakage. There has been questions as to the rank of the Philippines when that study came out, so in 2015. And one of the consultants that I work with often, he's Japanese, it's Kojima-san. Sabi niya, you know, I don't think you're top 3, but you're probably in the top 6. Sabi niya ganyan. So sabi niya, it's because some of the countries below you might actually have underrepresented themselves. And also, if you look at how it was computed, one of the factors was, so ang factor was coastline length, population living along the coastline, percentage of that to the waste, which is plastic. Mataas tayo mag-generate ng plastic. Sachets. We are a sachet economy. We are a poor nation that can only buy shampoo in small amounts. So the packaging is multiplied. You can't ask a poor family to buy a liter of shampoo in one go because they can only afford to buy sachet per day. So figure out how much of our population is below the poverty line. And then living along the coast. Usually, doon sila nakatira, mga coastal communities. But there's also a percentage of 83% mismanaged plastic waste, which was based on other previous studies. So doon medyo umalma yung government natin. Meron naman tayo may mga batas, ganyan. So that's the limitation of that study. And since then, there have been other studies to try to validate. And yet, again, these are mathematical models. So you have to field test them. Yes. Does that answer your question, Gabby?
It kind of does. So
okay.
Poverty does influence really the amount of waste.
Well, we can also see dun sa isang graph, di ba? Even the high-income countries also generate a lot of waste. In fact, per person, mas marami silang mag-produce ng waste. Three times more than what we do, or twice. Diba? So it's because marami tayo. So collectively, altogether, our waste piles up. But per person, if all of us live like a person living in a high-income country, and then we will be in very big trouble. Thank you for your question.
Thanks so much, Gabby. Another question, and then I'll go to the online questions. Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Ateneo Mathematics Society and the Department of Mathematics for holding this very great event po. And also to the speakers for their presentations po. So my question.
Name and
oh, sorry. My name is Jairon Mejia from 1BS Legal Management. Um, my question goes to Miss Rica. Given your presentation on how mathematics can be seen as language that can be used in literature, I would like to ask for the converse of that, on on how our understanding of literature can help in understanding mathematics.
I think Doc Ray is the one equipped to answer that question. The converse. Go. Well, sorry, Ray, I put you on the spot. I think this is simple because we only have a few minutes, no? But a sentence is like an equation, which means that there are rules and regulations that govern a sentence. And the governing principles, which is called grammar, is the same as properties and principles in mathematics. You have great freedom to imagine, but also a grounding in the universe that forces you to be very disciplined about the way you think. So it's always left to right, diba? Subject, verb, indirect object, or direct object. Part of the dance in life, ika nga, no, is that real life is chaos, but sentences are always linear. So you are lulled into the belief that there is non-chaos. And the magic of art is to be able to make meaning out of chaos by putting it in an orderly fashion. The idea of building a universe in a novel or a short story, no, is a really large equation. It's an equation of motivation, action, and forces outside of characters that make things happen. Diba? These are factors. Even that is a mathematical rule. So parang, the language is not so much a one-to-one correspondence, no? It's really an understanding of how large the universe is. Why is our ceiling like this? It's a pattern. What does the pattern do if the ceiling is like this? No, you want art that is both functional but also beautiful. And what is beautiful, it is often symmetry or asymmetry. So when you are creating something, will I create something that reinforces the symmetry in the universe? Do I want to create something that mimics the asymmetry in the universe? What is the difference between Julia Roberts' face, which is asymmetrical, and Denzel Washington's face, which is symmetrical, which are both things of beauty? So beyond the nitty gritty of writing, no, it's also about the largeness of how you see things. You know, people are one-dimensional, diba? Meron kang classmate na ganyan, yung napakasimple mag-isip. And sorry, that was too passionate. No? So, clap, clap, clap. And these are the one-dimensional people, no, can only speak one language. They're very literal. No? So, that kind of poetic person is a person who can see literal and figurative instantly, always two languages. Did that kind of answer?
Yes, very much.
Did it kind of
Thank
answer,
you.
Rick? Yes, you want to make Ray happy. Okay. Thank
Thank
you so
you
much.
po.
My husband was LM.
Thanks so much. Can I just ask first from on the ones online and then go back to the on-site audience. For Rika again, can you possibly recommend literary works that make use of mathematics?
Actually, I just got a book from Ray called The Housekeeper and the Mathematician, which is very beautiful. And minsan kasi it's the pattern of what's the difference between a Western novel and an Asian novel? Asian novels, Ishiguro, Owe, Kabawata, very even gosh, what is the name of that guy? I cannot remember the famous one. What I talk about when I talk about running. Diba? That one. Very quiet, no? Nothing really happens, right? There's no tragedy, there's no big thing. The Western idea of plot kasi is surprise. It's spectacle. Some tragic thing happens, no? That's a pattern in itself. That's mathematical in itself. The new book I'm reading, I'm sorry, Miss Online Person, Murakami. I'm reading also is about math. It's about time travel and about how accidents are mathematical as well. That's it. So, I'll tell Miss Ray what the title of that novel is.
Thank you. Can I also recommend Uncle Petros and Goldbach's conjecture. So it's we've been, you know, the conjecture, I suppose, for some of you, for most of you, and it's built around that. And a lot of other books. I really also like the books on mathematicians about their lives. So it's not just about math itself, but how they also deal with mathematics and how it's also treated in their lives. Very, very good. Like Galileo's daughter, for instance. So I had to say it. To Mel, in relation to plastic waste, how can math aid in reducing the plastic waste import in the Philippines?
Before I answer that question, I also have a recommendation book. um, you can look for it. Equals MC squared is the title by Greg Bodanis. It's about Einstein's life, but it's not really a biography of Einstein, but it's a biography of the equation. So for each E equals MC n squared, there was a biographical chapter for each. Okay, back to the question. How can math
Aid in reducing the plastic waste import in the Philippines?
Okay. Siguro, if you look at import, you also have to look at export, and you also have to look why we are importing. Everything is connected. Mas madali siguro sagutin yung export muna, yung palabas ng Pilipinas. A lot of the plastic that we try to recycle here locally is not fully recycled. It's just pulverized or pelletized, I would say. For instance, your PET bottle, yung PET bottle natin, okay? Isa-isang bote, ilang klaseng plastic yun? Ilang polymers? So, the bottle itself, the clear one, and then the film, which is low density polyethylene, the PET, the PET, is the bottle itself. But the cap is also a different kind of polymer. So that's high density polyethylene. Okay. What is the fate of these PET bottles, which is the most expensive one? Meaning to say, waste pickers would tend to collect it because they can trade it for pesos. They have value to it. They can sell it to a junk shop at around 18 pesos per kilo. Bakit? Pinipelletize yun dito sa may Kamanava area, and then it's shipped towards to China, and it comes back to us as usually polyester fibers. So your fashion, okay. Now, what happens now? Bakit merong microplastic? The clothes that we wear are partly made of plastic, and then when we do the machine washing, the microplastic leaks to our rivers and streams. So where does the math go there? It's in all of those processes. Firstly, as I was telling you a while ago, how much of PET bottles should you be collecting coming from Davao City, for instance, to be able to economically make sense to bring those PET bottles to Metro Manila for recycling and eventual export to China as final product? And who will pay for that? Who will pay for the cost of the transport of that? Will it be coming from us when we buy a mineral water bottle, therefore increasing the price of water that we buy? So a lot of the mathematics comes into the logistics of things, because we also have to make sense that it will have sustainability and circularity. If there is no fate of the bottle in the next step, hindi ikot. Actually, right now we have a bottle-to-bottle plastic manufacturing facility in Cavite. It was set up by Coca-Cola and in Indorama Plastic Ventures, which is a Thai company. So they've been starting collecting bottles, but it's not yet up and running, because once you have enough bottles, only then can you start the factory. So they're still collecting up to now because it does not yet make sense. Once you start the operation of the facility, it has to be continuous. And it took a while for Philippine government, Philippine health standards to allow that we can drink out of a bottle that used to be a bottle as well. There's FDA regulations that have to make sure that this is a sanitary process. Because sometimes in the province, the PET bottle is reused for other things. Minsan, nilalagay ng gasolina. Minsan. So how can you make sure that it's really safe for you to, use it for water again? In some countries, one of the challenges was dapat halal yung process. So how do they know na hindi nalagyan ng mantika ng pork yung PET bottle na yon so that they can drink water from it? I don't know if that answers the question because it's a big question and a big answer. Sorry.
Thanks, Matt. I'm sure you just have one space for one more question on site. A while ago, there was someone who wanted to ask a question. Or anyone else on site who would want to ask one last question for our speakers? Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Hi, I'm Reta Galicia from 1ABIS. You mentioned that China is no longer importing it's no longer like importing some of the recycling trade. Does the Philippines have a robust enough recycling system that could maybe keep up with it? Because the borders are closing.
Quick answer is no. Thank you. What's your name, sorry?
Greta.
Greta parang si Greta Thunberg. Okay. You can look for it. It's called Operation Green Sword. Oh, diba? They closed their borders kasi nahalata ng China that they've become the dumping ground of all of the waste, not just the Philippines, but also US, Japan. The recycling rates that Europe, Japan, and US claim to be recycling for their end are actually in the end recycled in China. So the end is actually in China. Why did the Chinese do it? I think economically they produce enough waste already so that their recycling facilities can operate on their own. Our local private sector is trying to look into the feasibility of flexibles, plastic flexibles. In other countries, kasi like for instance in Australia, there's a certain chocolate company of multinational that creates their chocolate bars in monomer plastic already. Hindi yung pagpilas mo may foil sa loob, hindi makintab. Kasi pag ganon, there's foil and then there's plastic lining. So it's multi-material. If it's monomaterial and rather monomer plastic material, one kind of plastic gets melted into plastic pellets of the same kind of polymer and can be used again for that same kind of packaging. What do we do? What do we need to do to be able to do that here? Scale. We don't have scale. How many Kit Kat bars do you need to eat so that a factory can run just producing the flexible plastic for all those bars? And all of the bars, all the chocolate bars, all the snacks have to be using that same polymer. So it's across the industry, you have to talk about it. And that's why it was good that we now have an extended producer responsibility law called EPR. It was enacted last year. And the obliged enterprises that are producing these packaging material from the food that we eat are required to show that by the end of this year, 20% of what they produced out in terms of consumer goods of plastic, they collect. And it will increase up to 80%. Now, the private sector is saying, okay, we'll try to do that, but where's the industry that will allow us to do that? Do we have to export to Australia to be able to recycle? Do we have to mix it with the cement kilns? So how do we expect us to do? We can collect. Can we recycle? So that's the big problem. It's not just the Philippines. It's Indonesia. It's all of Southeast Asia, most of the world actually. So I know this is kind of overwhelming for your generation. I'm sorry that our generation was not able to stop all of this in time, but we're trying, and let's just step by step do what we can.
Thank you, Mel. So there are actually many more questions. I'm sorry we have no time for all of them, but it's also a good way for you to reflect on them on your reflection papers that are required for some of you. But to reflect on, of course, how we can deal with our own waste management and to reflect on poetry and math in our lives as well. So I'll give back the floor to AMS for the giving of certificates and appreciation. Thank you so much.
If you're going to get a copy of my handouts, the slides, my email is at the back, at the end of those slides. So you can, if you have more questions about these things, maybe related to your own personal research, you can email me.
All right. It looks like this is all the time we have for now. Thank you again, Miss Melissa and Miss Rika, for shedding further light on your talks. Let me now call on Fran Macaraig and Patricia Tan, our MathCon project heads, to present the certificates of appreciation for our speakers. May we also invite Dr. Buot and Dr. Yap to join in the picture taking.
The Ateneo de Manila University and the Ateneo Mathematics Society award the Certificate of Appreciation to Melissa May Cardenas and Rica Bolipata Santos for sharing their expertise as speakers in MathCon 2024 Bawaan. Given this 31st day of January 2024, the certificates are assigned by us project heads and the top 5 of you.
Now, as we activate the upgraded sensors of Baymax, after observing the specialized mathematicians, we begin to understand that these sensors reflect the nature of mathematics. While this is inborn to us, it is also undeniable that it still has to be honed through constant practice.
Which is why the mission is not yet completed, squad mates. Like Baymax, it is an ongoing task that you should all accomplish in every opportunity that is available. After all, what are superpowers for when not enhanced and utilized properly? Right, Margaret?
I couldn't agree more, Fran. We, your sidekicks, want you to get in touch with the world, see the problems using your senses, and use your mighty powers to catalyze improvement around you.
So before we officially end our event, Let us call on Mr. Miguel Yapan, the current AMS president, to give us his closing remarks.
Thank you, Fran. Hello, hi. So, wait, bakit parang kumunti tayo? Anyway, so as MathCon 2024 Bawaan closes, I hope that everyone steps outside of Leong Hall, not just with a renewed appreciation for mathematics, but a fresh perspective that we have yet to consider before. From finance and environmental footprints to music and literature, our speakers today have proved that mathematics is a way of thinking that can apply to any field or industry or any course that you can think of. In our Q&A a while ago, I was surprised to hear questions from maybe IS, LM, and even management applied chemistry. And it will be really interesting to actually examine how math works in these programs. But then, yeah, going back to our team Bawaan, which means inborn or innate, perhaps it is now time for you guys, you students, to be the ones to use mathematics again in your respective fields. So finally, thank you very much again to our dear speakers for sharing part of your passions and journeys. And I am sure that every one of us is at least a little bit less scared to do mathematics from now on. So that's it. Thank you very much for attending to this year's MathCon 2024 Bawaan.
Thank you so much again. Give it up for our incumbent AMS president, Miguel Yapan. All right, so at this juncture, to memorialize this event, we will be having a picture taking. So we're going to be, since there's quite a lot of us, we're going to be having like a picture for this side, with this side, and then this side. Ay, kaya naman. Lumuwag din tayo pala. So we could do it in one frame na lang. So those at the left and right sides, we're kindly asking you to stand up and we will compress so we could all fit in the frame.
Just find the seat in the center aisle, guys, para be part of the picture.
And that concludes the talks for this afternoon. We hope that you learned plenty of, we hope that you learned plenty from our speakers.
But before we leave, we would like to give some final reminders. Kindly ensure that you fill up the evaluation form at the link shown on the screen, as this will complete your attendance.
So this has been Fran, your workaholic homie na sleep-deprived pero mahilig sa coffee from 2BSME.
Bye-bye.
Your map keeper.
And I'm Margaret, your chinita cutie na ready sa kahit anong activity from 3AB Mag.
We have been your sidekick host for the afternoon session of MathCon 2024 Bawaan. Again, thank you for joining us and congratulations on activating the mathematical sixth sense.
We hope you found this event enjoyable and adventurous. And we hope you have a safe trip back home, dear squad mates. Thank you for coming to MathCon 2024's afternoon session.